To you all for today's program. STPI has been supporting the IT and IT industry by implementing the various schemes of the Government of India. So continuing with this legacy, the STPI has also been supporting the startup initiative that have been launched by the Government of India. So in today's event, that is building the next unicorn, is in association with ESC. So we're here to find the next unicorn of the country. So take this event forward. I now request Mr. M. Muruganathan, Additional Director, to please present the welcome address.
Respected Director Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director STPI, Mr. Asad Vasi, Advisor Electronics and Computer Software Expert Promotion Council, Sri Dennis Charles, Convener ESC Tamil Nadu and Puducherry Chapter. Today's pitching session jury members, Sri N. Kobu, Chief Operating Officer, STPI Finblue Fintech COE, and Sri M. V. Subramanian, Associate Partner, July Ventures, and Sri Lalit Kumar, Managing Partner at Healthcare Advisors, and Sri Sunil Kumar, Vice President and Senior Product Sales Manager, Yes Bank Limited, and Sri Srikanth Meenakshi, Founder and Prime Investor Financial Research Private Limited, Sri B. Gopalakrishnan, heading some of the startup initiatives partnering with the IIT Madras Incubation Cell, and Sri Jacob Kurian, advocate and IPR specialist. A representative from IIT Madras Incubation Cell, NIT Trichy, SRM, Forge Coimbatore, Startup Payanam, and participants representing various startups for today's state level conclave. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a very good morning to everyone present here. On behalf of STPI and Electronics and Computer Software Expert Promotion Council, we are pleased to welcome you for the today's state level conclave pitching session. Today's event is in line with the Honorable Prime Minister initiative of Startup India, and this is also to implement National Policy on Software Products 2019 for development, production and supply of innovative, efficient software products and facilitating the growth across the entire spectrum of ICT. The entire purpose is for facilitating the growth of ICT in entire sector. And STPI has taken a lot of measures in nurturing startups, vibrant startup ecosystem by setting up a center of entrepreneurship on various emerging technologies, including Fintech COE in Tamil Nadu. Under Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director STPI and CEO Finblue, STPI has done a lot of development activities in Tamil Nadu and in India, and this center of entrepreneurship has gained international momentum, and it is gaining it grows from strength to strength, and it is gaining momentum every now and then, and we have partnered with various international partners, and so far we have selected about 33 startups from fintech domain, and we have conducted a series of startup initiatives in Tamil Nadu in India. And very recently, under NGS scheme, we have conducted roadshows in Chennai, in Trichy, Coimbatore, and in association with the IIT Madras Incubation Cell, SRM University, and NIT Trichy City Startup Ecosystem, and Forge Coimbatore, and Tamil Nadu government startup support. As you all are aware, today event is another remarkable event, providing platform for government of India for the startup to get connected with potential VC network, not only in Tamil Nadu in India but across the border, for expanding your business and ultimately to reach unicorn status. That is the overall idea of this program. We once again welcome all the startups who are participating for today's state level conclave and wish you best wishes for your future endeavor. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. So, as sir has said, the state level conclave has been concluded in 5 cities, that is in Vizag, Jaipur, Bengaluru, Mohali, and Lucknow. So, today is the 6th state in Tamil Nadu where we are going to have this conclave. I now call upon Mr. Asad Vasi, Advisor EAC, to please present his observations.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. Let me start by saying that I'm indeed glad to be here in Chennai. It's been quite some time that I visited the city, and getting a chance to be here once again is really thrilling. I was telling Mr. Dennis this morning when he came to pick me up that people like me who come from North India, one thing we crave for is the sea. So he was nice enough to take me to a stroll on the beach, and I had a chance to have a look. Coming to the topic for the day's session, as Mr. Munam said, that is the Prime Minister's vision to have more and more startups in the country. We in ESC also decided to go for it, and what triggered it was, let me take a minute to explain. My chairman, Mr. Sandeep Narula, was on a visit to US a couple of months back, and there he met some of the Indian consulate officials as well as some Indian businessmen. And he remarked that there are many venture capitalists, many investors in US who are willing to invest in Indian startups. But they say that problem with Indian startups is that they are all copycats. We don't find anything new, we don't find anything innovative. On the other hand, we have been listing all along that Indian startups are looking for finance, they're looking for support, and they're not getting it. And so there it started the journey that let's find out most innovative startups from the country, all over the country, and let's put them to US. And that is why this 3-tier initiative was started. And we are really lucky to have found a wonderful partner in STPI. Of course, STPI has been a partner of ESC for many years. But when this proposal was taken to Dr. Arvind Kumar, the Director General, he readily agreed, and we are really thankful to them. And we are also thankful to all the STPI centers, including Dr. Tyagi here in Chennai, who has agreed to host us today and to take this initiative forward. So the idea is that we hold state-level conclaves like the one we are having today. And as has been mentioned already, we have already had 5 conclaves. Today is the 6th one. A couple of others are listed for the next week. And after that, we have a national conclave where we invite most innovative ones, and from there we select a couple of, say about 25 or 30, and take them to a mission to US. That is the last leg of this initiative. The idea behind all this, as I said, is to nurture startups, and we have taken care to ensure that no good idea dies just because somebody feels that this will not work. And therefore, we have been very liberal in selecting. But as you move ahead, obviously, the strategy or your performance will have to improve if you need to qualify for the further stages. We are very thankful to Grant Thornton, who agreed to join us as the knowledge partner. They are the ones who are doing the shortlisting, and they will be joining by one of their partners, Mr. Sridhar, very shortly. He has promised to be here with us. I would just like to put forth a couple of points before I end. You see, today's performance that you give here will be only one part of what goes into final selection. I'm sure all of you have already filled in the form for mission to US. There is a separate separate form for mission to US, which is there on the website. Those of you who have not filled in, my request is please fill it up fast. Because when the evaluation is being made for the final selection for the national conclave, what you perform today, as well as the information that you furnish in the form, will go to make the final selection. I'll not take much of time. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Shrikant Meenakshi, founder, Mr. Prime Investor Financial Research Private Limited. They are one of the incubator and a startup in fintech domain. We are proud to have them in our own incubation facility. Please welcome, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. It's indeed a pleasure, privilege, and an honor to be part of this very elite group of jury members to witness startups today and their performances. I have been a entrepreneur, a startup entrepreneur in India for the last 14 years, since one could say the advent of the startup wave in India. And what I've seen a decade back and what I see today, there is no comparison, right? I mean, things are very, very different today than they were many years ago. And let me put it this way, right? For a startup and for an entrepreneur, the most important things that they need are encouragement and support. Idea and effort are the work come from the entrepreneur and the startup. From outside the company, they need encouragement and support. And the four important sources of this encouragement and support are family, society, industry, and government. And in all four of these areas and all four of these domains, the support that startups and entrepreneurs get today is dramatically better than they were 10, 12 years ago. And in this regard, the support and encouragement that one gets from the government is very, very important. And the reason for that is anything that the government does has an amplifying effect. If a family supports a startup and an entrepreneur, that support is restricted to that company and that entrepreneur. If a society supports, it is once again for that company and that entrepreneur. If an industry supports a startup, it is for that particular sector, right? If an auto company supports auto ancillaries startup, it will be able to support all the companies in the auto ancillaries field. It is restricted to that particular sector. But if government decides to support startups, that has a huge impact across economy. It has an impact on industry support. And suddenly the society and the family start respecting and supporting and encouraging the entrepreneur and their company as well. So that's the reason I say that when a government supports the startup ecosystem, it has a multiplier amplifying effect on the entire startup community. And today's event is an important event. It is an important part of the government providing such a support for the startup ecosystem. And for that reason, I'm extremely glad to be a part of this event and to be able to extend my support to these efforts. I wish the very best to all the startups that are going to be presenting here today, and I look forward to meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director STPA Chennai, to please deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. dignitaries on the dais, all the jury member, all the startups, founders, and my colleagues at STPI. This is a proud day for all of us that we are organizing this state level conclave along with the ESC for selecting few startups who may be going with the rest of the delegation to the USA. This initiative of the startup, which we have taken long back, and in fact Government of India is having a special focus on the startup ecosystem. And I always say to everybody that if the IT services was the first flywheel, which has brought us $1 trillion economy and contributed 7 to 8% of the GDP, probably the startup ecosystem is another flywheel which will contribute towards making us a $5 trillion economy. So in that direction, probably we are trying to support the startup ecosystem. FinBlue is such an initiative, and where we have given this name FinBlue. Fin stands for the finance, and the blue color represent the unrestricted, unabated growth. And Mr. Vasi, you rightly said C is the inspiration for us also, because C is blue and vast, and unrestricted and unabated. So that is the inspiration for us for even designing this name. And all these experts have helped us in reaching out to this consensus. We have been, for last 3 years, in fact, we have already had 3 pitch fests of the FinBlue. We have a wonderful experience in dealing with the startups. Their products are very, very exciting. And I will not be agreeing to the comments made by few people sitting in USA who has met your chairman. Probably they have not looked at, they are not able to look at all the startups which we are producing.
So that's why this initiative.
And the number of, and the data shows it. You see the valuation of our startup. You see the amount of the investment which is being made by these people in our startups. That itself shows that they are unique and they are having different products. And not only that, they are actually operating in a very peculiar environment. We always say that this is a knowledge industry, and the startup, unless they will not be interacting with the industry and academia, probably they will not be able to come out with the right product. And that is why we are, we are having a wonderful incubation and the startup entrepreneur system in NIT Trichy. Similarly, we are having in IIT Madras, and we are, only working with them. The another thing which have been told to us by the Government of India, that we have to act only as a facilitator. We will be only, create the infrastructure and the ecosystem and let the industry run it. And that is why we have chosen the industry, mentors, and a chief mentor also from the industry, who is the domain specific personality. So this is what we have done so far. 33 startups having valuation of more than 650 crores right now in my incubation. And the people like Meenakshi and me sitting over here and many others who have actually profound, done and dusted, sold few startups and starting the new journey, right? So we are lucky that we have such type of people with us in this journey. And I'm sure that from Tamil Nadu as well, we will be able to make a dent. Tamil Nadu is the land of the entrepreneurs, and I still feel that these Tamil Nadu have not got its due. These people are very, very traditional, very, very down to the earth, and they are not show off like us from North India. So I'm here. I always tell them that this North Indian has come over here to tell you how to show off. So we will, I can substantiate this statement with one of my data, which I always give to the people, that out of 880 companies which I have under STPI umbrella in the state of Tamil Nadu, there are at least 150 companies which are working for last 25 years from tier 2, tier 3 cities in the same domain, right? And they are having the same size. with 500 people, 10 crores of the export. 25 years. I always go back to them and tell them, boss, in 25 years, Narayana Murthy has become the Narayana Murthy, you know. And you people have so much of potential. Why you don't come out from this traditional mindset and either you buy somebody or you sell yourself? You know, I even go and I go to that extent. So that is something which we feel that our Tamil Nadu startups have to be very, very aggressive, and I know they have this capability, and I hope that by the end of the day, you will be really surprised with the potential of our startups, which is being nurtured in this environment. State government is also doing their bit. They are in process of setting up the TNT hub, and they have already got the grant from our ministry, and we are in the process of finalizing the nitty-gritties. So once again, STPI is proud to associate with this. You rightly said, Mr. Basi, that our Director General have taken this initiative, and all started from Rajasthan, and where GT was involved.
With Vizag, sir.
Vizag, right?
Vizag, yes.
Vizag. And then we are very grateful to the Grant Thornton also, who has taken this initiative and helping us to identify the good startups. And we feel that we have started this journey, and this is a long journey, but it's a very, very interesting journey. Shrikant, you have rightly said that the validation of the government makes it more encouraging for a startup to, take it forward and struggle more, right? And one more very interesting thing is this, that earlier the people used to, search for a groom who's working in multinational. Now they are searching for a groom who's working in startup. So mindset have definitely changed of the people. Those people who are working in a startup, they are being respected. They are being respected for their struggle. They are respected for their valuation. They are respected for their IPs which they have filed. So this is a very, very interesting journey. We all are doing this, and I once again thank to all my jury members who have, thanks MB and all of you who have actually, agreed to evaluate our startup. MB have been always a strength for us. We always depend on you, MB. Thank you. And I want to thank you for that. And you have been our pillar, and always in all the 3 Pitch Fest, he has contributed, and he has contributed, and you help us in identifying the best of the startups. So thank you very much. Welcome you all to Chennai. Mr. Vasi, welcome to the Chennai. Entire your team and GT team, and let us make it bang. And all the startup, all the best. And you present yourself fearless. And I know you are very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the inspiring address. I now request Mr. Dennis Charles, convener EAC Tamil Nadu and Puducherry chapter, to present a memento to Dr. Sanjay Tyagi.
Sir? Sir? Okay. Sit down, close on, sir. Okay. Ready? Okay, ready? Okay, smile, ready? Sir, out, look at me. Okay, sir, okay. No.
Most important session, sir. Mr. Dennis Charles will now be presenting the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take the privilege of proposing a vote of thanks to our distinguished guests and delegates assembled here today. On behalf of all of you, I would like to thank the top leaders of both EAC and STPI for choosing Chennai one of among the state conclaves. It is one of the first state conclaves, I believe, in partnership with EAC and STPI. It's a great honor, sir, and thank you so much for your initiatives. I would like to thank our esteemed guests this morning who have blessed us with your presence here. Let me start with the team STPI for joining us as a principal partner. Thank you so much, sir. And I thank Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director STPI Chennai, for providing us this venue and being available here today. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to thank Mr. Shrikant Meenakshi, founder of Prime Investor Finance. Your presence indeed is very important to us, sir. Thank you so much. Sincere thanks to Mr. Asad Wazi. He's traveled all the way from Delhi. So he's been very instrumental in ensuring this event is a successful one. So thank you, sir, for all your, he's been also a co-member of this initiative. So thank you, sir, for all your efforts. So special thanks also goes to Grant Thornton, who's guiding us as a knowledge partner. You know how essential it is to be a knowledge. So thanks to their knowledge as well. I must also thank our ESC chairman, Mr. Sandeep Narula, who's taken this courageous decision actually. And not only that, he's also mobilized support from the Government of India, Ministry of Commerce, Industries, Electronics and IT for this humongous initiative. Along with this, he also has to take credit for enlisting the support from the Consulate General of India in San Francisco, which will be the final leg for hopefully most of you all from here. So that will be your destiny. So wishing you all. I must also thank our jury members of here for sparing a whole day in looking into the presentations and reviewing their pitching. So thank you so much, sir. So I also thank the startups here. So without you all, today's event is nothing. So wishing you all the best. I would like to conclude my speech here by just quoting few words from what Jeff Bezos have actually said, the founder of Amazon. He's defined business in a very simple term, to my knowledge. What he actually says is, business is not a game where one wins and one loses. It's an ocean filled of fishes. The more you take, there is even more for the others. So I would like to add to this by saying, it is all how prepared we are. Where do you want to stand? By the shore, or be prepared to go to the deep sea and fish. So preparation is the key, and I hope all of you all are prepared for this. Wish you all the best and good luck. Cheers.
Sir, I just wanted to inform you that Friday we had this convention in Lucknow, and Mr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, was there. And after looking at the event, he said that why don't you make it an annual event, and MITI will be supporting it in the subsequent years. So maybe we'll have it every year now.
Excellent, excellent. So if you add R to the first name of the Mr. Vasi and the last name of the Vasi, he will become Arshad Vasi. Arshad Vasi. I was looking at it, but something is missing. So if I add the R, he is a great film actor.
Thank you, sir. So as sir told, so let's start with the preparation. We'll have a short 10-minute tea break. Request you all to please have tea and then join back here for the presentation of the startups. Thank you.
I think we are all ready. We'll start in a minute. Just a quick word to jury members. First of all, thank you, all of you. I hope it's clear. Can you all see that? Yep. Okay. I think there are 6 or 7 sheets in front of you. Jury members are requested to please put your name on top of each of the sheets so that you know, and your signatures below. The way we have planned this pitching session, may we have your attention, please? See, the way we have planned this pitching session, both for jury members as well as for startups, that every startup will be allotted maximum of 7 minutes, 5 minutes for presentation, and 2 minutes for question and answer by jury. And at the end of 4th minute, an announcement will be made that you have just 1 more minute, and at the end of 5th minute, the time will be over. So I'm sure you all are aware of this and you would have prepared yourself accordingly. And the next 2 minutes will be for jury to ask questions and to mark them. And maybe after each presentation, we'll give maybe 45 minutes to jury members to mark. Any questions if anyone has? Yes.
I may refrain from voting in some of the startups that would have been part of mentoring them or be part of lead to them.
Okay, sir, what you do is that please number them, please rate them. First of all, for two reasons. One, we know that you would be impartial totally, even if you have financed them. Number two, what you do is that you just put a tick in front of that, those whom you feel that you have done. We'll take care of that. Thank you.
Today's pitching session. I would just like to introduce all our jury members to all the startups and the members present here. Shri N. Gopu, COO, STPI, Finlo, Fintech COE.
Sir, can you stand up and so that no one can see you?
Shri M. V. Subramanian, Associate Partner, July Ventures. Shri Lalit Kumar, Managing Partner at LKR Advisors. Shri Sunil Kumar M, Vice President and Senior Product Sales Manager, Rental CMS Yes Bank. Shri Shrikant Meenakshi, Founder, Prime Investor Financial. Shri B. Gopalakrishnan, heading Saminati Startup Initiative partnering with IIT Madras Incubation Cell. Shri Jacob Kurian, Advocate, IPR Specialist. Mr. Dennis Charles, Convener, ESCTN and Puducherry Chapter. Mr. V. Sridhar, Partner GT. We have other representatives from IITM Incubation Cell, NIT Tiruchi, SRM and Forge Coimbatore as well. So all the best to all the startups. So we'll just start with the presentation session. So as sir already told you, you'll have 7 minutes time. So 5 minutes will be of your presentation. At the 4th minute, I'll just give you an announcement. Your 4 minutes of presentation time is last. Then we'll have 2 minutes for the jury to ask you any questions. Okay? So all the best. Your presentation is already there.
And they will come with the order only?
I will tell the serial number. So in case there's any change, I will announce a serial number.
That will be great.
Okay? So all the very best startup members, all your presentations are ready. So the first member I would like to call is from ZB Technologies. That is serial number 16 for the jury score sheet. It's serial number 16, ZB Technologies. I hope all the jury members have written their name and signed in the score sheet. Where is it? ZB Technologies. Oh, sorry. I was expecting to walk out from there. He never let me play.
Can I stand there and talk?
Your stand is really comfortable.
Thank you. Good morning all. Good morning to all the jury members and good morning to all the fellow startups here. My name is Ankit and I'll be talking what ZB does. We all are talking about sustainability and carbon neutrality, and that's what the area ZB is focusing on. We know all these are very beautiful IT parks, but there are major challenges inside these IT parks when we come and talk about sustainability. The first thing, and many of us would have perceived, the first thing is they spend huge amount of electricity bill to run these IT parks, especially to run the air conditioning systems. The second, despite running the air conditioning system, many of the times we feel this hot and cold pockets inside the building. Some of the area extremely cold, some of the area is extremely hot. Not only this, there are challenges now with regards to air quality. We have all seen in the last 2 years how pandemic has changed the way we think about air quality in our day-to-day lives. Keeping all these problems, there are a lot of system integrators, facility management who are still not able to solve the problem of energy savings, of air quality, of giving proper comforts inside the buildings. Now let us look at why. The first thing is the cost of one slide. To be used in a commercial building from companies like, with all due respect, companies like Honeywell and Siemens, it costs 15,000 rupees. That's what the picture over here. But surprisingly, when I go to Apollo Pharmacy and buy a thermometer, it costs me 70 rupees, which measures accurate temperature of the body. That's what triggered us the inception of ZP, that why should we have or use such expensive sensors, especially in Indian market where we are so cost sensitive. The second, when we go to the building, looking at the automation that they have done, this looks like such complex, messy system, which eventually it's not possible for anyone to debug where are things going wrong. And this kind of challenges have led us to the formation of ZB, where we are using very low cost sensors and our indigenously designed controllers to collect data from machines in the building and accordingly put it into a cloud platform where we build different type of applications like energy savings, like air quality, to manage the buildings quite well, eventually making it a well-being building. So what we do is we have these hardwares that collects different types of data, almost 25 types of data we collect inside the building, like air quality, energy consumption, occupancy patterns, weather patterns, and all those things. We send it to a cloud, we process it, all the different types of data, and then build algorithms to make sure that value propositions are given to the buildings. In the sense, we have these 5 live applications running right now, which is energy management, collect a lot of data and make sure that energy is properly utilized inside the building, air quality, comfort management, the 3 problems that I told you in the beginning. And likewise, we are developing alarm generation, report generation, so on and so forth. The way we have designed this platform is tomorrow, any new application that is required can be built onto this platform, which is, let's say, water management, which is, let's say, desk management. If you talk about security, we want to solve all the IT related problem that is come inside the building. So this is how the complete plug and play kind of thing is coming up in the platform. And the way to imagine this is, we have all seen this kind of desktop in 1980s and 1990s. Now, today, we see this kind of a desktop. So it's a very hardware light and a software heavy applications. The same thing when I showed you the picture of a building automation, it was so complicated. And by 2025, 2026, we want that all the commercial buildings which are power guzzlers actually leads to a very hardware light and software heavy setup. So this is the future we are looking at inside the buildings. We have 5, as I said, we have 4 live application. Energy saving, we have demonstrated up to 35% energy saving.
You have one minute
Comfort
more.
management, air quality, and building management system. These are the 4 live things running. We have almost 90 buildings done in India, 55 types of 55 customers. We have good repeat customers coming up. We have also shown a good trajectory in our revenue. This year we are about to close about 15 crores of order booking and revenue lying about 10 to 11 crores of things. A good team that we have, about 50 plus engineers working with us. Some of the buildings that we have deployed. So these are some of the dashboards, sample dashboards that we give it to the customers for better insights. Thank you. Open for questions.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. The jury can have any questions in case.
What is your business model every month?
So it was given at a one-time cost to a customer, the way conventional business was happening. Today what we do is the hardware is given at a cost to cost and we built revenue on the software. We are transitioning into a SaaS model that basis energy saving or basis air quality improvement, basis the way value propositions are given, we build customers on like that. So it's I would say that it's not software as a service, it's rather technology as a service. So it's a combination of hardware and software, that's why we are saying it technology as a service.
And how much has been the saving percentage?
I do is I come into the building and see if there's a business opportunity. You can see most of the classrooms are empty here. Now if STPI gives me a business, I can guarantee 60 to 70% saving because the diversity factor is almost 10 to 12% here.
What trials are
We can. Because in the entire floor only people are sitting here, but the entire floor AC is running. That's where we come in.
Yes.
That decentralize the central AC.
Your software is done in-house or?
In-house,
Outsourced?
in association with IT. So everything is indigenously designed by us, we hold the IP rights for that.
So what is the ratio in terms of cost of deployment versus the savings that you see? Like what does it cost and what is the kind of savings that you see?
Okay, so in the sense I can say return of investment,
Can you put it that way?
starting from 3 to 4 months going up to 16, 18 months. Again, depends upon the energy
In
saving.
terms of numbers, take an example.
So if you spend about, let's say I will give you an example of Research Park here. In 2015, Research Park was spending about 45 lakh rupees per month as an air conditioning bill, only for AC every month. Now we have reduced it to about 30 lakhs, 28 to 30 lakhs rupees per month.
In terms of the deployment cost?
I don't have the exact number, but let's say if I take a smaller, if I take this conference room, your deployment cost
I
would
see
be
the
about-
savings part of it, but the deployment cost, what is the cost?
So it again varies from size to size. Average building would cost about 10 to 12, 15
We are
lakh.
trying to
rupees.
achieve net zero, so.
Yes. So average size of a
Revenue cycle. And what is the plan of growing from 15 crores to 150 crores to 1,500 crores? I mean, your use cases are very research park, commercial, IT
Yes,
parks.
yes.
Apart from it, what else do you have?
So we have three business go-to-market strategy. One is we are tying up with large builders like DLF, like Reja, because they have hundreds of buildings across the country. So one way is to enter those buildings, and the best part that builders are liking is I'm not very heavy financial, heavy capex, because the cost of building management system to them is like a pinch of a salt. The kind of business model we are evolving at. So they are very keen to partner with us. So let's say if I take DLF, if I partner with them, I have 500 buildings across the country open up. This is one strategy. The second strategy is tying up with facility management company like JLL and CVRE, like Blue Star. They are all the AMC and the facility management companies. They also have complete pandora of buildings that they manage. It's not only commercial building, but airport, hospitals, hotels, everything. Third is tying up with OEMs.
You're EBITDA positive now?
No.
What is the burn you're having?
So I was EBITDA positive in the initial 3 years. Now my burn rate is almost 8 to 10 lakhs per month.
What is the trigger to start this business?
Okay, so I come from Calcutta, and I was doing my engineering as a computer graduate, but nothing was kicking me when I was doing my engineering over there. So fortunately, I landed up at IIT Madras in 2011, where the idea was just to explore what can be done, and I am from a business background, so something has to be done as a business. So one fine day, professor at IIT gave me a problem statement: can we make commercial building more efficient? And when I started looking at the problem, there was a lot of scope of improvements that can be done. So that leads to a generation of ZP, and of course, opportunity is huge, market is huge. So why not solve the problem for the country?
Apart from SaaS model, do you have any other go-to-market strategies, plans?
So we are also exploring ESCO models. We are exploring leasing model, because many of the time they say no, we are not into. For example, builders, purely they are not interested in energy saving because they think my tenants are paying the energy bill. So they are more keen on exploring leasing models that pay as you go.
So you see that as a shortfall at your end?
Correct. So my sales cycle is quite shorter over there.
Okay. Any competitors?
Honeywell, Siemens, Schneider, the three large giants. And as a startup, there is a company called 75ware, Equilibrium. So a lot of startups are coming, but the only thing that we differentiate is, I have one slide here. So these are the startups or big names. So this is a technical slide. Given the time restriction, I have skipped it. But if you see here, complete product offering is a full moon for ZB. Like in the sense energy, air quality, comfort, even tomorrow you will have water management. So everything comes under one umbrella if someone subscribes for ZB. Whereas many other companies are still way behind going into such kind of technology. As see, let's say today, if I talk about energy saving and if I talk about air conditioning, you really need domain expertise. You cannot just go and say I will save energy in air conditioning. We have spent 4 years looking at how can energy savings be done. So spending 4 years having an ecosystem like Research Park over here, many of the companies do not have that kind of facility.
Cost-wise, what is your difference between you and your competitors?
So if I say 75, see, I will not put a benchmark with these companies, they are all big players.
Definitely.
If I take with startup 75 is a US based company, we are almost in the market. When we go and compete, we are almost 5 times cheaper than 75.
But in terms of value proposition?
Better than, because 75 gives up almost 20-25% energy saving, we are benchmarking 40-45%.
How does your support team work?
We have an operation team pan India. So the technology team sits here in Chennai, we are headquartered in Chennai, and we have almost 15 people across the country for operations, executions and operations.
Sorry, I didn't get that. How many places you have, your support team working on?
Four major cities: Bombay, Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore.
Because this requires a lot of support,
Yes.
hardware support.
But it is as I said, it is all software, so everything is on the cloud. So once I deploy, then that frequent support is not.
Your hardware, where do you procure it now?
We make our own hardware.
Your own hardware.
Yes.
So you are the
OEMs.
manufacturer OEMs.
Yes. So like Honeywell, Siemens, they have their own hardware, so we make our own hardware. So it's a hardware and software combination.
Now how about the hardware support?
you coming up because it's not practical?
So yes, when we grow out, right, today we make almost 50-60 boards a month. So when we reach to a level of 1,000 boards or 5,000 boards, we'll be tying up with EMS companies. Like Apple do not make iPhones, they tie up with Flex and Foxconn to make that iPhones for them. So we'll be tying up with those companies.
Have you done any kind of research when you are landing US? Okay, whether the same equipment can be given there?
Yes, I've done the research. There are certain certification which is very mandate if I start doing a business in the US, which is called as a UL certification. Needs a lot of cost to get the UL certification, but of course somewhere we have to start the business, so we have to get through this. But the opportunity is massive because yesterday Shri Piyush Goyal was here in the research park and we were talking about energy saving initiatives. So I got to know some, when we meet people, we got to know what's happening in the US. So you are saying people are still using the incandescent bulbs in the US, whereas India has evolved into LED and people in the US are still using bulbs. So a lot of opportunities. We are also having technologies like heat pumps and all. It's all technical discussion, I'm not going deep. So a lot of opportunity for heat pumps also over there in the US market.
Okay, thank you very much.
All the best.
So jury members, can we call the next startup to present? Okay. The next is Macam Innovations Private Limited. There is serial number 1 in the scorecard.
Program module which trains gynecologists, neonatologists, ASHA workers, A&M workers and nurses in basic resuscitation protocol of fetal birth. So because in India almost like 20 lakh children do not see light only due to postpartum death. So that it's a very serious complication in India, and we have built a training simulator in collaboration with MS Ramaya Hospital, Bangalore. So these are the 4 different USPs which we bring in. We have a real-time haptic technology which gives real-time feel and touch. As of now, like we are working on hard touch. We have completed hard touch. We are working on soft and wet touch. And we have a personalized practice dashboard, which, for example, if I'm a doctor, I can get into my dashboard, I can train, and I can know like where I've done my mistakes. I have a 24-parameter analytics dashboard, which gives individual personalized practice dashboard. We have embedded training analytics, which gives them analytics, and unpredictability using AI is one of the most prominent predictable scenarios during the training process. So that is what unpredictability. So these are some of our work. We have custom-made trackers that provide haptic experience for ultrasound training, defibrillator training. This is how our analytics dashboard looks like. So this is one of our premium work which we have done recently, which is a surgical navigation tool using medical DICOM images. It uses medical files to navigate through surgeries, and that is the ultrasound training module which we have worked on. So this is how our competitors look like. There are like I think like about 17 competitors working in and around the globe, doing immense job providing solutions. But where they lack is providing affordable solutions to the Indian market and making it accessible to the doctors, because like technology.
You have another minute.
Yeah. And also like custom trackers is where we stand apart and providing the analytics as well. So yeah, so far we have signed 21 MOUs and we have completed 3,500 plus training. And of course we have absolutely agreed that like we have able to obtain 30% of accuracy improvement and almost generated 48 lakhs in revenue and grants. So this is what we are looking at. By in the next financial year, we are looking to expand into 10 different states with building 100 plus libraries, acquire 60 plus paid customers, and secure cloud infrastructure and safeguard our infrastructure. We are on a mission to create 1 million immersive, error-free solutions. Thank you so much. Open for questions.
Thank you. The jury can now go for questions.
Vishnu, what is the stage currently? Whether you are product market fit or you are in the idea or
no, like we are almost built the product. We are taking into the market now. It's product market fit. We have like about 7 clients already lined up. So we are working with them closely. We are also working with Amrita hospitals, MS Ramaya hospitals. So we have started working with clients now.
for this particular product, or you are doing some other services? Because 48 lakhs of revenue.
Not in revenue, grants and revenue.
Grant, how much you got?
We have got about 11 plus 11, 16, like almost 27 lakhs of grants.
So that means it is 16 lakhs is your revenue.
Yes.
So is the same product you got revenue, or it is any other service?
It's through the product only. Like we bring in clients through the product and then we do service. So the product itself is a, say for example, it's a platform. It's a cloud-based platform. A doctor can come in, start a use case, go talk, because like one doctor can't build a product, virtual reality product. It takes a lot of time, effort, and money. So what we do is we circulate among other doctors. We bring in 10 plus doctors as co-creators. We build it for them and then sell it to the larger crowd.
So you're billing for the hardware, or are you billing for the content or the library which is being done?
It's built for the library annual subscription. We have two different models. For manufacturers, we have simulators, that is pay per use, and for this, for educational content, libraries based on subscription.
And founders background, both of you, any of you are in from the health tech space?
We both are biomedical engineers. I did my biomedical engineering. I worked for almost 2 years in Bombay for nuclear healthcare, and then we switched on to healthcare training. Then we started this last 2020. It's been 2 years.
So only neonatal or any other?
No, like what we are currently doing is we are building libraries across healthcare. As of now, we have neonatal, ultrasound, we have BLS and ACLS. We also have emergency training and nursing training as well. We have a complete set of modules for nursing.
What is your work experience with metaverse?
Metaverse. My co-founder Nivedita has worked for 2 years, specifically for virtual reality and gaming. So she has been building products in healthcare for virtual reality for the past 2 years.
So you are currently working in Nadu, or you are also working in any other space?
No, we are based in Coimbatore only. We have a 7-member team deployed at Noida also.
So in Coimbatore, what is your team strength?
We are total 22.
When you into technology and marketing?
Marketing very less. We have only 3 people into marketing. Rest all into technology and development.
How long does it take for you to deploy a particular house?
Generally, it takes up to 45 to 60 days. If it's a simple solution, a library, I'm telling one library. If it is a 60 library, it takes maybe 15 days more for each individual library.
What is your target audience? Looking at doctors individually, or
No, we are looking at institutions and doctors who are at premium levels of maybe vice presidents and directors of 1,000 plus bedded hospitals.
The easiest way for you would be to tie up with the government and then implement it across over there on mass level, give it across, use the data which you have collected via it in your content library, and then go ahead and implement it in all the top hospitals.
We have started working with a few PHCs for this neonatal training. So we have started working with it. It's maybe probably in 1 month or next month, we'll be deploying it in more than 25 plus PHCs, and then we'll take the data and deploy it more.
If I have to understand right, you are a tech company which built a platform, you have the ability to provide this VR solution, to make the doctors come and then choose what they wanted to build as a content, and then you help them in technology, right?
Yes, yes.
So do you charge for this?
No, we pay them actually. We pay them in incentives.
So now, once they build, their content can be in your platform.
Yes.
When you sell, possibly they also get a percentage of
Right.
That is how your model is.
Yes, yes.
So it's a kind of a marketplace.
Yes.
So you can do for any other domain also.
Industries, yes. Being from healthcare, we thought of starting into healthcare, and healthcare is a larger space. So probably once expanded, then we can definitely, we have the tech and we have the capability today.
So
But yes.
for me to understand, because you have to be in healthcare, I do not want you to be.
Yeah.
That's a good space. So I just understand the model.
So all the content is yours or somebody else's?
We built it. It's all of the IP, we own it.
Is there an IP for content?
No.
So you cannot have IP for the content.
Yeah, in sense content, we build the content. We copyright booklets, we copyright our scripts.
Hardware part, what you have?
Hardware, we are working for we are working with Microsoft HoloLens, which is a mixed reality thing. We are also working for Meta's Oculus.
So now, coming to the next question, when you deploy this solution, they should have the hardware with them, or you will provide the hardware?
We give them along with the hardware.
So suppose 10 people have to be trained, you give 10 hardware.
Yes, generally now it's going on leased model because
So
HoloLens comes at very
you have
expensive.
two things.
Yeah.
One is providing the content you charge.
Yeah.
When you provide this hardware you charge.
Yes.
So your IP is what?
We are working on haptic feedback. So we have a IP pending on haptic feedbacks. So we have brought in hard touch, soft touch, and wet touch. So we are working on soft and wet touch.
IP spending where?
Sorry?
Where are we filed for the IP?
In India. In India.
Two things. How are you financing the growth? If you intend to grow, how do you finance your growth now?
As of today, we are run with, like, we are bootstrapped and grants. We are also waiting for some other investments.
Let's say tomorrow you have an order.
Yeah.
Let's say across 3 hospitals, what would you do?
So we are talking with Advantage for revenue-based financing.
Talking, or you have anything lined up?
No. We just
The
started.
next part is the technology part of it, the unpredictability of the AI.
Yeah.
Once you have that, it becomes predictable.
No, I didn't get it.
The unpredictability of that AI.
Yeah.
Once you know that, it becomes predictable.
No, like it shuffles every time. Every time, say for example, if I'm doing a
What
surgery.
kind of deep learning process?
Sorry?
What is the deep learning process?
Like as of now, like I don't know like what exactly what it is because like technology I don't take care of. I can answer the question.
Hard touch is okay. Soft and the wet touch.
Soft touch is for the soft tissues.
I know. How do you intend to manage? What is your timeline looking like?
Maybe like within 6 months we are up to
So you have investments to be done on the technology side of it?
Yes.
On the platform. Plus you also have to fund your growth.
Yeah.
So, okay with the questions or any further questions? Okay.
How much you have invested?
Total, like we have invested 16 lakhs founders.
Is cost the only advantage you're looking at in terms of your competition?
No, like the unpredictability AI, one thing which nobody has, and the platform, this is first of a kind. So probably like somebody else can also start it because like we can't finalize it. So but like we have already onboarded up to 60 plus doctors now, like premium doctors in the country. So we're also looking to fast forward the growth of bringing doctors into the segment.
There is a lot of sensitivity here when it comes to healthcare, right? So how are you able to tackle that? How is the acceptance with the doctors in terms of accepting your data?
One thing, that is where we bring in doctors to give us the data. They give us the content and we build it according to the Indian healthcare standards.
But
Another thing, accessibility.
How authenticated you get the good doctors on board?
No, like we have a like three tier criteria to choose doctors. We don't just pick doctors. We have a choosing doctors for content. We only choose doctors who have 20 plus years of experience and have been teaching students. One thing, and when you ask accessibility, senior doctors do not want to use our product. These are doctors who are like very young doctors, maybe like between 30 to 45. They use our product.
Who certifies your content?
Like as of now, there is no certifications available. There is only ISO standards available today. So there is no certifications, but we certify our content. The content which we build, we certify it according to the healthcare standards.
We use what?
Sorry?
How can you certify?
No, like we give it to CDSCO and then the content is certified using CDSCO.
All the best.
So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll now call upon the third presenter, Taizo Technologies Private Limited. He's serial number 3. Serial number 3 in the score sheet, Taizo Technologies Private Limited. Thank you.
Co-founder and CEO of Taizo Technologies Private Limited. So Taizo is a Chennai-based job tech firm and is being incubated by SEDI NIT Trichy. Taizo is a simple hiring app to help as small manufacturing auto component manufacturers with high attrition rate and strict delivery deadlines to hire machine operators on time and deliver the products as soon as possible. So I and my co-founder Gopi Mani, we are actually brothers. We have met 800 to 1,000 small auto component manufacturers around India during our recruitment and placement job. So we identified that finding a machine operator and hiring them on time has been the great challenge, like the critical part of any business owner in the manufacturing industry. So I would like to introduce you, give you an example. Like Mr. Dilip Babu is the owner of a small tool room unit in Chennai. So where a machine operator leaves every 2 months without notice. So it takes at least 10 to 15 days for him to identify the best suitable machine operator, and resulting in 60 to 90 days of low productivity per year. So he finds it difficult to hire because there are no formal HR department or policies or staff. As our father is a machine operator and my brother is a mechanical engineer, so we can relate to and empathize with this user. So this is not just the story of Delhi Babu, but it is the story of 1.96 crore Indian small manufacturers. As a result of lack of access to workforce, 75% of the small manufacturing business units' day-to-day operations are interrupted, production is delayed, and prospective business are lost. So to solve this problem, we started building Taizo to help small auto component manufacturers to hire machine operators within 24 hours by leveraging WhatsApp and mobile to reduce the pain when an employee leaves even without a notice. So we have helped 700 plus small auto component manufacturers in hiring machine operators quickly from these 10,000 plus job seekers registered in our platform. So a very large database of job seekers are available on Naukri, Quicker Jobs, Apna to suit the demands of broad range of industries. At the same time, we are focused on SME sector, particularly auto component manufacturers, in quickly hiring machine operators, like where they cannot find machine operators in any of these other platforms. So Taizo is not just a company. Taizo is on a mission to create better everyday life for small manufacturing business owners in India. So to help them contribute more to the nation's GDP, we want to act as a catalyst by empowering small manufacturing business owners to become hyper-focused on technology and grow into nation's most valuable unicorn businesses. Thank you.
So where are you in terms of development? You have all these titles.
Taizo Jobs is live now. Okay. So we have started building Taizo Invoices, which is in a beta stage. Like we have given that to limited users.
So have you achieved the proof of concept with Taizo Jobs?
Right now, we have helped them hire machine operator within 48 hours. Our focus is to get it done, get the manufacturers hired within 24 hours.
Your customers, are they geographically concentrated presently or?
Yes.
Where?
In Chennai, Coimbatore, Kanchipuram, and Chengalpattu. So we have not yet scaled as we are working on product market fit. So we want this time to be 24 and we want the best suitable employee to join the company.
If you are going to target 1.96 crore companies like this, you need a very large sales force across the country. Do you think that's a scalable proposition for, have you looked at Naukri's unit economics in terms of how much sales they generate from a salesperson and all that stuff? It's not a joke, it's what it is.
Actually, Naukri is more focused on sales led growth. Correct. But we are focused on product led growth. So as we are focusing on SMEs, we cannot expect a builder like 40,000 or 80,000 in 3 months.
Can you expect the SMEs to come to a product led platform like yours? I mean, these SMEs are not the most internet savvy, the most mobile, app savvy. You need a very strong word of mouth between the SMEs.
Yes. The fact is that most of the SMEs are now led by the next generation. Okay. So where they are tech savvy and they feel like so brilliant doing this, showing to their parents that you've been hiring a machine operator like 10 to 15 days. You could have wanted to go outside your company, but see, look, I just took 2 minutes to post a job in Taizo Technologies, and next day is the machine operator. So that's how. So I am an MBA. My brother is a mechanical engineer, and we both have worked in recruitment and placement industry for last 10 years.
But you're doing all the other things also.
Yes. No, in future we want to build it like we are.
Who are you want to be identified as Zoho?
Yes, we want to build a one-stop solution for a SME auto component manufacturer.
Next to it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You can do everything
one-stop solution, yes.
We are building a zone.
Yeah. We want to make this manufacturer hyper-focused on technology.
Your team, technology team?
We have a 3-member team till then.
Okay, what's it on our platform built on?
Android, and we have started Bootstrap for website and web console for the employees.
What is your acquisition cost?
So as I said, like we started reaching out to customers through YouTube. We have our own YouTube channel, and where we reach out to job seekers and employers. So and 40% of the registrations happen through reference.
Is there a problem statement at first place? I'm trying to understand. I don't see a big problem statement coming across.
If a machine operator, like this is all informal workers, and if a machine operator doesn't show up without any notice, the production is stopped. Like,
what is stopping someone from an Indeed or a Shine to do what you're doing? And pretty much known across. Trizo as a brand, when you create across and have so many verticals, and having so many verticals is not a joke. Each vertical is a separate expertise which it requires, right? So one, you need to have that prior background experience to have. Two, you have ample amount of job seekers who might not look onto Trizo, but someone who is already there in the market quickly have across. Three, onboarding MSMEs is a pain. I know I have worked across, it's a super duper pain. Going across, sitting with them, 6-7 meetings, getting them onboarded. So you have 3-4 big key challenges to bring across. What's your view on that?
So that is why we are not scaling. So we want to get the product market fit. So we want the references to increase, and we want to solve the problem very deep. That like as you said, like now you cannot find machine operators in Naukri up now are working here. So that this is the fact. So wherever registrations happen, that's the feedback that we get. So that's the kind of.
Whom are you charging? The machine operator guy who is coming and getting onboarded, or the company which is hiring the
employers, the company. So right now only Trizo Jobs is live. The way forward, and we are focused on building this product.
But you also need to have a resource database in terms of the supply, no? Which is a mission operator. So how do you?
So till date we have 10,000 plus job seekers registered from Tamil Nadu. So all diploma, ITI, freshers or people who have been trained to work as a mission operator, and that's YouTube plays a big role for us to reach out this segment.
This again you said, no, it's only Tamil Nadu, then, but you have to reach out to component players across the country.
Yes. The other industrial regions we want to reach out, but we are working on product market fit. So before we want to scale, we want to make this solution like even more better. So as we said, 24 hours our focus is on getting the machine operator on board within 24 hours.
So which market are you focusing on?
For component manufacturers.
No, region-wise, geography.
Right now in Tamil Nadu, we have been helping companies from Ambattur, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram and Coimbatore.
Sorry, please. You know, the first statement you said we are a job tech company.
Yes.
Okay. The industry knows only HR tech or the Zogos. Okay. There is nothing which is available called job tech. Right. So where you wanted to position yourself? That is what HR tech or job tech.
So we started as a job tech platform. As I said, like we want to give solution. Like it is not just a job platform. We are doing pre-screening as well, and we are also trying to add some skill videos to and get some certification for these job seekers. Diploma, ITI students where they don't have exposure to these companies, the work model.
But in the investment side, for example, if it is a VC side, the HR tech is being more attractive, right? If you see the companies, whatever it is available, right? From we have best example in Tamil Nadu itself. So taking all the things at a time, which will be always a focus problem, number one, right? Take one and go deeper and make your product market fit.
No, yes, I understood. Like that's what we are still working on Trizo Jobs. So we have not explored to the other sectors. Yeah. So right now our focus is on Trizo Jobs.
So in Trizo Jobs, are you also looking at training the people? Like there I have seen people where they train and they keep the workforce ready on.
Right now we don't have any infrastructure to train them, but we are trying to make these job seekers identify the right training center near to them.
How do you know that they know their job at all? Just by the diploma.
Sir?
The job seekers,
The skills.
How do you know whether they are competent or not based on the diploma?
Yes, yes. Based on the diploma, and we do have some pre-screening questions based on which we get some insights on that, their work experience.
That is online.
Yes, yes, mobile application.
So that was actually my next question actually.
Yeah.
So if you have to validate them, are they equipped enough to handle, embrace technology, use technology? That's one. And second question is, don't you think it would be a threat for the companies, for the employees as well? Because this data might be circulated because your number is very less. It's only 10,000 that you have. So for you to identify a job for another company, you're going to tap into the same database. So it might end up in a threat as well for the company, right?
Yes.
So how are you planning to tackle that?
Yes, you said it right. Like we have this problem right now because the database is very less. So and we are also working on getting feedback from the employees. Like if I employ some person, just giving the data to me, I will not show them the job for the next 3 months. And we are trying to scale it up to bring more people to apply for jobs.
See, that is why a successful state, because it's not about just giving an employee and then he moving out the second or third month, because the problem is already existing, and
yes,
these skilled laborers are much more vulnerable. So if you have a kind of system that is going to make them intact and give them an assurity, okay, I will take care of. So I see the success much more high if you're able to concentrate, as the gentleman mentioned, if you're able to concentrate on jobs and check out every loop and corner, what all the gaps are there, and that's why you'll be able, and also build your database for job seekers.
Yes, that's why we are not scaling. We have identified a lot more problem than what we are discussing right now. Like not showing the same job to the person, like person who is employed in a company. We don't want to show him for the next 3 or 6 months, unless and until he is raising that I'm looking for a job. So we want to stop that as well.
How is your subscription model? Is it on
yes,
month basis or per
monthly subscription?
Monthly.
In the US market, there are something called temp to hire scenarios. You probably should explore that as well. Wherein you have them on standby, I mean, whatever database that you have, but at least have some kind of, I would say, trying to limit the encroachment that might happen. Like, tomorrow the database will be nothing.
Yes.
You could have some kind of models where it's temp to hire, where you get a service fee as well for like a 3-month tryout window for whoever is
definitely
try that model as well.
His job is only temporary. I think he is identifying only
He's
temporary.
only identifying.
That is
You
enough.
try and identify, but you could also get some service fee by making it temp to hire.
That is the problem. Is they are not able to.
He's not able to.
Yeah.
Because of the work environment, they are all informal workers, and there is no the policies to stop them quitting the job. So
you could entice them.
Can we? Sorry to interrupt.
I'm just trying to explore, trying to understand, but it's such a vast space that you are in. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So can we have the next startup presentation? It's Greenberg Mobility Solutions Private Limited.
Serial number?
It's serial number 9. Serial number 9 in the scorecard. You can just hand over the first sheet to her. The second page also you may have to write your name and please write your name on top of the sheet and please sign the sheet also. No, sir, there is an outcome.
Good morning, all. So my name is Manikandan. I worked in the automobile industry for roughly about 27 years. I was heading electric mobility division at Bosch, making EV components, it's a motor controller, battery management systems for automotive industries. And post that I worked with Ola and built their scooter X1 Pro, built the powertrain, which is the fastest running powertrain in India in two-wheeler. Right? And also had a lot of participants, a lot of EV conference, contributed to the EV development in the country. Of late I thought, why not these skills and the knowledge that we have can be useful to the country and the industry and the larger scheme of things of the mobility mobility as a whole. So mobility is getting disrupted with electric, autonomous, connected, and shared mobility. But the larger picture, if you see, we are solving the global warming, carbon issues, fossil fuel issues. But over and above, we have to look at how we are solving or optimizing the cost of mobility. So how do we do that? Seamlessly integrating the mobility as a solution. Let us say we have 7 trillion population in the world, right? The rough mobility spend per individual is more than $1 per kilometer. So now, to make the mobility more sustainable, more carbon friendly, the first thing is we have to see how we can optimize this and bring down the cost of mobility, like what happened to the telecom industry. So there are a lot of initiatives happening in bringing down the cost of mobility below 30 cents per kilometer, right? And to achieve this, electric is just the beginning. It will change the powertrain, but more than electric, we need to bring in optimization in every aspect. That's why in the future industry, it is not hardware driven, it is more software driven. It is of course your powertrain is transforming from ICE to electric, that itself is a major change. And how do we optimize this powertrain to give the more efficient form of mobility, right? There is where we come in as a company. With my knowledge in electric mobility industry, I'm an electric engineer, graduate from NIT. My company is also now incubated by NIT Trichy. And I worked in the component development industry. I started making EV components much before Elon Musk started his company, right? Thank you so much. So then I built these components, and India today we have a problem, right? These component ecosystems are not existing. That's why the vehicles are getting banned, right? So we are buying all the components from China. The first point that we want to address as a solution to the industry is make a replacement for this. So I would be an alternative to Chinese for sure. First point, right? The second point is we want to see how we can take this value for money solution India is known for to the rest of the world. In terms of business volume, it is 3.5 trillion USD business in the future mobility, right? Whereas the component alone is going to be 1/3, maybe roughly about 300 billion, and the rest of it comes from the solutions, right? We want to build a component and build technologies from India to Indians first and to the rest of the world, and optimize these things using software and other technologies and take it to the rest of the world. Today the EV industry is growing 30% year on year globally, the component, and India is growing at 22%, right? So that is a good area to be in. Let's go to our next slide. This is in a nutshell about our company. We set up in 2018 as a small R&D setup at the backyard of my house with the 2 engineers. And today we are 45 engineers, and we made roughly about 3 crore revenue 21 and 22. This year we'll be making 20 CR, and we have limited customers. We limit ourselves because of our capability, and we wanted to build credibility before we move to rest of the customers. We have one customer who is really giving us large volume, which is Greaves Mobility, the first electric 2-wheeler company in India, up here. So we are the single source supplier for them in EV components.
Greaves Mobility.
Yes. And we also have a couple of customers spread strategically in South, Pune and Delhi region. I have taken in a way we strategically placed that we have 2 customers here, 2 customers in Pune region and 2 customers in Delhi region. That's why we are working for this year. Of course, we get inquiries, at least 2 to 3 inquiries per day, and we don't take all the project that comes in our way. We have 2 area of business. One is the technology that we sell. Sorry. So and then we have also our products. Just go back to the next slide. These are our products that we do: battery management system, digital instrument cluster, motor, DC-DC, motor control unit. All that are digital enabled. That means AI, IoT enabled. And these are our components really built, and we've been selling in the market. And this product I sell in large volumes, at least 20,000 per month. And we have all the digital ecosystem, the IoT, mobile ecosystem, cloud ecosystem already built for all these components. So where do we place ourselves? Essentially, of course, there are a lot of companies, Bosch, Conti, there are competitors, but they are in a different league and they don't have time to look at India now, right? And there are Chinese suppliers. And we come in between. We give a value proposition which is much better than Chinese at a relatively lesser cost than these companies. So this is our ESP. Can we move forward? And this is my, I'm already profitable, right? And this is my projection. By 2025, I mean,
Sorry.
yeah, sure, next slide. This
Your time is up, sir.
other scale, 2025 will reach roughly 300 crores. And this is our roadmap.
Thank you. Yeah.
I look forward to your questions.
So in the EV, in the EV, how much percentage of component you are making?
Sir, in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler segment, I want to create a portfolio where I will give a total solution. Cluster, motor, controller, and battery.
And
for a four-wheeler, I'm not total.
And the current team size, how much people are spending energy on the R&D?
Yeah, 25 people.
25 people dedicated for R&D. That is design, everything will happen from
in-house.
In-house.
Yeah. So we don't want to leave out on the technology. See, just do technology and design house, people use it differently. We want to be a design house. We also design house for a couple of companies. Yellowman Electric happening. I'm the design house for Yellowman Electric in India, right? And we also took the opportunity to create customer and we'll create product in-house. It will supply to them. We make hardware, software, mechanics, even the styling, everything in-house. Because I want to compete with companies like Bosch, right? I want to be a Bosch in India. So I want to create all the possible knowledge in my company.
What is the R&D spend? Sorry.
Sir, so far we have spent roughly about 3 crores and we recovered.
So you have two line of business. One, you say that I will be a design house for somebody, and you also create products. So how you compete with two different entities?
Sir, I will give a responsibility completely to two different people. This design house is headed by another, one of my colleague who sits in Pune. He has got global experience. He worked with companies like Aston Martin, McLaren, you name it, JLR, and he operates the design business. I have another operating manager who sits in Coimbatore. He makes the product manufacture, that kind of business he is handled. My R&D center is independent of these two entities, and they can use both of them use these people, and they sit in a different R&D center separate.
So there is a firewall.
Firewall.
So your initial focus is going to be only on two-wheeler and three-wheeler?
Yes,
not the passenger.
because if you look at my ideology, is to reduce the pollution as well as optimize the mobility. If you look at the large scheme of things, the most of the mobility happens in the last mile, first mile, last mile usage, right? Between 12 kilometers only. If you address that, you are addressing two things. One is the optimizing the overall cost of mobility as well as optimizing the pollution. There is where the real problem lies. And I want to address that first before getting into the personal passenger car market and whatsoever, which is really not so much contributing.
Since you're focusing on these two segments, you said your idea is to get to 600 crores by 2025. What's your understanding of the two-wheeler or a three-wheeler growth in India, especially for electric vehicles?
Sir,
it's just started now.
Yes, I have been part of with your team to devise this FAM2 scheme. The FAM2 scheme, they talk about moving all the two-wheelers below 150cc into electric by 2026. And this business of two-wheeler alone, if I take, the motor and controller alone, if I take, the volume of business is 3 billion USD. If I take in the 3 billion, just 5% is 2,000 crore company in 2026. So I am even more conservative because I grown in Bosch, right? I take 2%, that is 600 crores.
This is a volume mass game which has been created across. I mean, there are a lot of them on the DCU motors. Is there an IP over here which Jacob can look across and say that this is where, apart from being
IP is built in manufacturing, IP is built in the business model, IP is built in some of my components.
The components are created by you or it's based on the existing components?
No, it is I mean, it's both. See, otherwise, yeah, you don't solve the problem. First of all, you don't.
You're not violating any IP by creating.
No, no, sir.
They're already passed.
They already passed. I have passed that certification by RI. I have certification by all the possible automotive bodies in India.
So mostly what you do is the import substitution.
Import substitution to start with. You have to create momentum.
Yeah.
What you're doing in a business, momentum is very important, sir.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But what you're doing at present is mostly import
substitute.
And then you are scaling it up.
And adding value to that, definitely.
So if there is an IP,
yes,
for example, most of the companies have given you the requirement of running their center, right? R&D center. Then will it be a joint IP which you create? How did you structure your
Sir, where if the product idea comes from the customer, yeah, then it's a joint IP. Where I come out with new ideas, yeah, where there are things which I am not able to disclose right now. During the course of time, specifically I will do, because all ideas are in.
Right now, at present, do you have any of those IPs?
Ideas. I have 5 IPs in process.
But when you do it jointly with somebody, it will be fully their IP, not
No,
yours.
it will be because it's based on the agreement. So today they come to me, Element Company, because I'm the one of the most experienced person in India.
So in your agreement, you take it.
What is your percentage of import that you have? Your local content?
10%.
10% of your.
Or more. For example, I'll make display. The display, that LCD part I import. The rest of that part I do it in-house. Do it mostly in Coimbatore and Bangalore.
So everything is local.
Your cost will be much higher than China.
No, sir. So that is the challenge I took. When first project I took with Ampere, they showed you have to give me in the price of buying from China. I told now even you exclude your transport charge, your custom duty, what the actual price you pay for the product in that country, I will give at that price. I proved that right. In India it is possible.
Your graph is not actually representing that. Your graph is representing higher in cost. If you really look at.
Sir, definitely. See, I was limited by this format. I have another slide.
The previous one more.
Previous.
Yeah, in this, definitely. In this, because I give more value.
That is right. It doesn't represent that you are under the cost of.
No, that is the first product I was saying. Okay, it's not the first product. Today I am saying the same product I sold in 400 rupees to Ampere. Today I am selling at 1,200 because I have proven that my product is working.
Much more
value than. This is starting point I did that. I will not be able to do it.
What is your profit margin?
25%.
So do you have outside investors?
No. So far I don't want it to do because before I prove, I get credibility. I will told Mr. Krishna, I don't want to get investment unless otherwise I am convinced and I can convince others in terms of building the system.
How big is this import substitution market?
Sir, last year India has imported a two-wheeler, electric two-wheeler motor alone, 400 million worth of motor that we have imported last year alone. Just imagine.
Yeah. Money, I have to.
Yes.
There is a 10 lakh vehicle. The two-wheelers are sold in India.
Yes.
In a year. In a month. So 1.2 crore vehicle. So is there anything which you are doing for the batteries?
Battery intensely I am not doing anything right now other than building battery management systems for OEM. Right? Because I want to build my company based on credibility.
Right.
Thank
I want
you.
to compete with Bosch companies.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you very much. Small request to the jury. The questions, if we can consolidate some time, it will be better. We have many more startups to present. A small request, please. Next, we are calling on Onion Payment Solutions Private Limited, serial number 21 in the score sheet. Serial. Each participant.
We wanted 30, but we have 70, so we can.
So 3 minutes for the jury. Yeah, please. Is your presentation?
Yeah.
The one? Yeah, done.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
please start.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Sarana from Onion Payment Solutions. We are are working in the space of self-help group, joint liability group, end-to-end digitization. That's the bottom of the pyramid, and every nation is everywhere the bottom of the pyramid. There's a segment which has to be addressed on this. Predominantly on the Indian segment, it is wide area we are working on with our previous experience from the NABARD's flagship program called E-Shakti. That's where we have worked extensively on this 25 states, 281 districts covering onboarded almost 1.2 million groups into that, where one group would be having 15 members. Those are all the below poverty segment. And we have worked extensively in this segment with our previous experience, like we said, and our team with Chief Executive Officer from being a chartered accountant on this ground of business handling out, and myself taking a visionary officer on the products and solutions, getting into financial services and other handled products, custom-based design to this segment. And I have a chief operating officer who is of the MBA, who takes care of the implementations and the systems. Currently, we are a bootstrap into the segment. We've not got any investment, but we are incubated in CI Eco, Ahmedabad, in taking up this project next to the state. We worked on extensively on this over a decade on the segment, taken up the product. Why? Because of this problem statements. The SSG segment, that's predominantly on the self-help group, loan automation, the disbursements and the repayments which is coming out. There's a big pain area which is on the loan deposits, which comes in for the repayments, and the loan disbursement which comes in for the automations on the time constraints. And then the people on the ground on the branch which is access to that, that's on the overcrowd part. And the core area which is there on the CIC's data which has to be provided for each and every member level information. These are all the core problem statements. We have classified it on major reasons, which is from the bank perspective, whatever the impacts which happens for that, and the solutions what we are providing to this each and every criteria to this. Let me take quickly on this more on this. This is like the reason here is the bank is too far from the habitations for the member out there. They have to travel all the way. If they have to travel, they have to their income loss for the day, and it is not for the one member, it is for the 15 members out on the ground. So it's a very conservative, if you look at a significant which goes on the time, cost and effort for each and every member out there onto this perspective. So that's why it is a core area which we are there. And the impact which comes on this, which is on the loss of interest rate, if that's not going to be timely repayments comes in, there's again a penal which comes in, and then the excess, whatever the income which they have to shell out on these interest payments which they have to do. So we provide the services at the convenience, at the doorstep, and also the major chunk which goes on the misappropriation of fund, which is going to be cash in hand. That we are avoiding it completely. Also, we curb the social evil, which is locally getting the money lending from the local money lenders. That also we cut it out for this. The disbursement part, again, the current system ecosystem doesn't have a data which is digitally there and which is not real-time data. That gives us a instant credit decisioning part. We are making it more reliable, accurate, and data which all the member level statistic data we have it on the ground. That gives a impact which is there on the lower grading if the data is not there. That's again a time-consuming part. There is a lot of rejection which comes in because of the non-availability of the data. And again, if that's a case which I likely said, which goes on to a MFI or any other local money lenders, they have to get it. We provide accurate digital data, and that's for the instant credit decisioning, which makes it more convenient for the bankers and the other segment. The real practical challenge on the ground, overload at the branch. 15 members, one group, and then multiple groups reaching the branch. The branch manager is not having sufficient time to provide the services to them. That's a delay with the bank, regular banking services. We provide the services at the habitation, even at the doorstep and the near step, in order to make everything digital from end to end of the automations. And the crux comes in here for this, as per RBI guidelines, each and every CIC should have the data as per the member of the group, but the data itself is not available. That's because the data collection is not happening at the ground level. They have only the group level and a representative level information. But we provide the member level information, and that data is not there in CBS, but when we collect the data, that's going to give the compliance as per the RBI guidelines, even in yeah. And this is first of its kind. We are doing offline transactions, which is again, it's a real-time transactions for the SSG and the JLG financial transactions. It is all real-time. When there is a deposit happens, the book of records of the SSG and the bank statement, both are going to be a real-time settlement which happens on that. On the competition map we look out, there are players out who are like PSAs who say offline transactions and all, but they only do a cash deposits on that, but that's a delayed transaction. And as being a bank, little bit of post bank, payments bank have that. They have the real-time cashless transactions, but the postings of digital bookkeeping is not there. So we as the only player who have both the digital cashless transactions and the digital bookkeeping, both are real-time and the financial transactions happening. Like we said, we are a startup. We have started it. We have deployed it in few banks and NGOs out there. Tamil Nadu Gramin Bank, we have started deployed it, and one of the SHG JLG, we have 4,500 groups. We started their loan repayment collections. We have a little bit of revenue started in the last 2 quarters. Around 20 lakhs we have started it, and we have not, being a startup out there, we just started this figures on.
Sorry, sir, your time is up. Actually.
Yeah, right. And we are and our way forward is being a new banking for the SHG and the JLG segment. That's all.
What is revenue?
Yeah, what is the revenue model?
Sir, what is revenue by 20 lakhs?
Sir, okay, we have this commissions, loan commissions repayments, and as well as the value-added services like cash withdrawals, the recharges, repayments which comes in. There's a major chunk interchange fee, there is incentives which comes in for this. So from that, we share out 80% to the agents who operate on the ground, because they are the one who are on the ground to do the business part, and we have the 20% of it.
50% is 20 lakhs?
Yes, sir.
That's what?
Yes, sir.
What geography are you operating on right now?
Sir, currently pan-India, since we have the earlier presence on the eShakti project, we have scaled up Tamil Nadu, Odisha, West Bengal, and all. We have started our pilot, and we are doing it.
What is the pilot?
So this is more on the SHG. We onboard the group, we onboard the members onto that ecosystem.
How many groups have you onboarded?
So currently 4,200 groups we have onboarded.
Okay, what's your staff strength, agent strength?
Sir, we have district level managers. Since we have our earlier acquisition, we explored that, we leverage that, and we have onboarded those. Because we don't need people feet on ground actually to manage this, because this is purely on the software side. And the existing co-workers are well versed in the SHG. We are not a conventional BC where you have to go and onboard some person into this. So these are all like people who are already into this SHG segment. They know what is their operation. We are bringing in cashless and digital ecosystem into that for their ease of use of it.
No, but an SHG operates on cash.
Sir, not necessarily, sir. It's only a cash collection which happens onto this.
Correct.
So we collect the cash, and the operator has a digital wallet into the system. And whenever there is a loan repayment, suppose there is a cash deposit that comes in, 15 members out say like 100 rupees.
Sure.
So 1,500 rupees collected from this agent. Now what happens? The representative of the SHG has to travel all the way to deposit the cash into the bank. Then withdraw that money and then internally loan disburse it. This takes at least 3 to 4 days of this cycle to happen.
Okay.
What we do is we collect the cash, the agent who is operating from his own pre-funded wallet, 1,500 rupees instantly deposit to the bank account. Then instant we know that who is the member who have availed for the loan. They have the bank accounts. We do a penny drop validations of the bank account, instant transfer to the bank account to the member account. So we create the transparency in this ecosystem, and it all happens in 3 minutes of time.
Is there any other cross-selling which you're looking at? Because VAS as a service is extremely competitive. You don't get anything more than 0.15 bips coming in across, right? So you need to do at least a transaction on a monthly basis of close to about 1,500 crores for you to create that. So is there any other cross-selling which you're looking at in terms of bringing this up?
Sir, our core thing is on the loan commissions only. 2 to 3% of the loan value is being given as actually for the loan collections, disbursement and the repayments. Actually.
From the bank?
Yes, sir.
So what is the difference between digital bank and you?
Yeah. Sir, bank doesn't provide the service at the doorstep, even though there is
a digital bank. You would have seen yesterday there are 75 banks are open, right?
Sir, yes. Even that is actually not near to the habitation level. 30 rupees to 50 rupees has to be shelled out for the each and every SHG activities, and those are all conventional banking services, not SHG banking services. In order to open SHG digital banking account, 15 member has to reach there, and it is a 3 to 4 days of a job.
We can take one more question from the jury.
You have to collect all this information.
So we do have this data format, all as per the CAC guidelines, all this data on onboarding. We have this digital KYCs as well as on all the documentations or on Digidoc documentations. We have the data.
The underwriting risk is not yours.
Not in ours, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter would be V2 Arti. It is serial number 10 in the score sheet. V2 Arti, InsurTech Solutions Private Limited.
Jury members and of this gathering, brothers and sisters. Cargo Shakti Cargo OK Please is a multiple award-winning product in September 2022, was part of 13 startups delegation presented to Honorable Prime Minister of India as official Government of India partners in Gati Shakti Master Plan as well as under ULIP under National Logistics Policy 2021. V2RT InsurTech is the only startup in India currently working in marine cargo, trade insurance and data analytics domain. Conceptualized and conceived in first lockdown, we are a 15th August 2020 baby, incubated with NIT Trichy in March 2021, and PitchFest 3.0 winners with STPI, FinTech, Center of Excellence, FinBlue in April 2022. We are a healthy tech plus domain confluence of minds complementing collective experience of 75 plus years on each side. Remember the woodcutter and the axe story? 51 such axes fall every hour in India. 37 such cargo claims are reported by woodcutters every hour in India. And unfortunately, 17 woodcutters die every hour in India. Cargo Shakti 1.0 is a without prejudice platform that allows woodcutters or SMEs or MSMEs to map all such incidences on turnover time matrix. Cargo Shakti 2.0 is about helping the woodcutter with credit line till the axe is reinstated, which something which works on the claims discounting part of it. We are having our IPRs and research done with IIM Ahmedabad's Transport and Research Cell currently, and woodcutter's story had simple choices, right? But recurring games occur in between the buyer and the seller, the insured and the assured, bailers and the bailees on an entire turnover time matrix. We do loss mapping, consumer behavior mapping during physical losses occurring in rising markets, falling markets, favorable and unfavorable US dollar rates as well. The competition that we are facing right now is there's one startup called as Autonomy in New York, there's one other startup called as Optimize in Germany and UK. They're the only competition we have right now. One of them is on a escrow model basis, works as hedge fund managers for air cargo and air insurance model. The other is trying to do what we are trying to do, and they are being incubated by Z-Box accelerators. There are CMA CGM shipping line investors and VCs from France basically. We are the first movers in India when it comes to marine cargo insurance and disrupting this space. It took us 2 years to reach, so you'll see 2020 or 2021, there's zero turnover there. It took us 2 years to reach the fast-track IFSCA's sandbox route and be official commercial partners with National Industrial Development Corridor, leveraging both the STPI premises here as well as our other commercial partners. 5 alpha test claims have been done in the month of September and October. Revenue generated is about $650 US. The 5 alpha tests that we've done are for all blue chip companies like Ping An Property and Casualty of China Limited, Oman Insurance Company, Arab Takaful Orient Insurance Company from UAE. We are now targeting approximately 5 claims per day with 2 or 3 of the insurance companies in India, with PSU Navratna company as well as one private limited company. And the idea is to scale to go to about 10,000 export cargo claims and 10,000 import cargo claims over 12 to 18 months, which is approximately 15 to 25% of the entire cargo claims market value in India right now. This is our roadmap for the future. Cargo Shakti binds this without prejudice inspection data and gives quarterly loss maps that help the industry calculate divergences on turnover time matrix in cargo and trade losses due to fortuities, NatCat and disasters, rising and falling markets and dollar fluctuations from place of pre-carriage in country of origin to end user at final place from port of destination. And they are mapped on commerce, cost, commodities, carriers, carriage, country, climate, current affairs, causes, clauses, conditions, currency and civil scores, and we are generating carbon in the process. Barigaza embeds power of IoT cargo tracking into integrated logistics with integrated insurance, and we are planning to become a micro marine insurance company in near future over a period of 4 to 5 years. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Is there any tech which you have created?
Yes, sir. Our application as well as web app is ready. So it is a browser-based inspection tool where the brokers, insurance companies, consignors and consignees can come and check the condition of the cargo as well as inspect if the cargo are damaged. And this application further bifurcates high-value, low-frequency losses and low-value, high-frequency losses. So the entire attritional losses can be taken care of in less than 2 turnover days or 3 turnover days maximum. The current is right now 8 to 10 days. The second question you might have is why would insurance company want to reduce their timeline of paying the claim? But when it comes to attritional losses, where the losses value is very less, for them those to be settled as quickly as possible is in their interest, rather than having to take care of the low frequency but very high value losses which are treated separately.
How do you get the information for all these losses?
We directly tie up with, we are a B2B2C model, so we are directly tying up with Freight Forwarders Federation of India, Transport Union of India, and B2B2C with insurance companies and reinsurers. So they are the ones, they'll be directly giving me all the claim files to handle on my platform and on an end-to-end solution basis.
And apart from the time saving, is there any other benefit or cost saving which comes
For,
across?
yeah, for insurance company, apart from time saving, we are an IFSCA based entity. So their claim settlement amounts that are gonna go outside of India, currently everything is being taken care of from UK's WK Webster or WE Cox or Dolphin Maritime claims, these kind of entities, which they want to bring it to Indian ecosystem, especially in GIFT City or IFSC in Gandhinagar. So we also become not just their claim surveying agency, but also their claim settling agency.
So how many claims are there? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how big this market is. How
Inland
many
market,
claims do we get?
inland market is only in marine cargo or marine cargo trade insurance. If I'll tell you, inland market is about 4.5 lakh commercial vehicle accidents per annum. Out of this entire 4.5 lakh, around say 75% is insured. Out of that 75%, around 10 to 20% is all export claims, where Indian insurance has gone and the claim has come outside anywhere in the world. The same way outside insurance has come in within imports. So this market is about 10 to 20. So roughly about 35K to 50K claims happen per annum.
So V2RT is trying to capture a market share of, say, assume 10% in 3 years from now?
Yeah.
So which is roughly nothing but 30,000 claims coming in across?
That would be 10,000 of that entire chunk of export and import.
How big is the market? 10,000 multiplied by per claim would be how much?
It would be 2,500 crores is only the cargo premium of India. Includes exports, imports and all the premiums. If you include the liabilities, the freight forward liabilities, transporter liabilities, carriers liabilities, this bloats to about 9,000 to 10,000 crores. The claims, the ticket size of the claims is 1,700 to 1,900 crores in cargo claims, and in the freights and liabilities, again it is 75%. We've already spoken to few insurance companies, one being a blue chip Indian company, PSU, New India Assurance, and one is HDFC Every. We are tying up with them. So on a daily basis, we'll start to rotate or have a turnover of 5 claims at the rate of $750 per day. So that is what's there.
What is the size of the team?
Right now we are about 10 people, sir. That includes my tech architect, the front end, the back end guys, as well as the marketing and operational guys.
By adapting your service, what is the percentage that the insurance companies gain?
Right now, any claim that a UK entity handles charges no less than around $300 to $500 US. For them, the cost is coming down to $100 to $150 US based out of India. Their claim settlement dollar hedging happens through IFSC, through us. And last but not the least, whatever we are leveraging from our claims portal, we are using it for training. Me and my father, we are both visiting faculties in National Insurance Academy and College of Insurance in Mumbai. So we are also using the same claims data for training of the new joinees and the new incubatees and the others. So this is where they are saving on gamut of other services.
As a percentage of commission to the claim, what would be the percentage? 1%?
Yeah, 1 to 2%.
So 2,000 crores pay your 1%. If you are targeting 20 crore is the max potential you can reach?
Yes. So the money is not in claim, so the money is selling of the policies, which is what our other products are going to do over a period of time. But if the product is intangible, if I don't have the claims process ready, there's no point in me selling the pre-job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
So the next startup to present would be Save Up Private Limited.
Number please. 11. Sorry.
11, field number 11, sir.
Save Up is a price incentivized savings platform that helps people start their saving journey with the help of prices. A bank account that starts giving prices, interest in the form of prices, just by saving. The basic idea is to nudge people to save and build a strong saving habit and keep them away from risky investments like meme stocks and cryptos, etc. And we use prices as the nudge. We often think that low income and inflation are the only reasons why people can't save money in India, but saving money is not gratifying, and bank savings rates are not attractive, and people have very bad spending habits. All these reasons keep them in this vicious circle. People buy crypto and meme stocks because it looks more gamified and instantly gratifying. And we seek excitement in betting. From the Indian lottery market, we can see that, and Dream 11 has penetrated that market and made 10 crore plus users. This is due to bandwagon effect, availability heuristics, and illusion of control. That's what we have. We don't have any other choice. And we end up losing money. What if we could satiate that urge to bet while we keep the principle intact? That is where price-linked savings comes in. Every 100 rupees deposited, you get a ticket valid for lifetime, and based on weekly draws, you get prizes. Simple. And with this, we earn. People can earn interest. It is RBI insured, DICGC insured, because if we partner with banks, it is all insured, and they have weekly prices. The best part is, even if they win or not, they save. They don't lose their capital. This is how it works. People deposit savings into our interface, and we accumulate it with our partner bank, and the interest accumulated for the total deposits is split into prices and earnings. Earnings is given back to the depositors, and prices are randomly distributed based on in-app games. And the sponsored fund is used to boost the prices in early stages. These are some application screenshots. Application is ready to go. And why this will work? Skewness is very appealing. And what we are trying to do is we are harnessing the feeling of playing lottery while people are saving. And this is a peculiar character about price-linked savings. Every other instrument is risk and reward is directly proportional. It always, as the risk increases, the reward will increase. But only in price-linked savings you can see that the risk is very, very low, and expected reward can be very high. And this is the only instrument that breaks this paradigm. Premium bonds is a standing example, and it has largest savings fund. It is based from UK and 120 billion pounds in size. It is more than 60 years old. IOTA is one from US, and is fairly recent, and has more than 200 million in deposits. And Wisely and Fellow from India, they are using prices to attract people to save, but they are not into price-linked savings. They don't take interest and give out prices. They just see it as an expense. But it works. That's what we wanted to say. We don't have any direct competitors. We have a lot of differentiation between them. And this is my team. We have 3 types of earning strategies. First is fixed platform fee, debit card fee, and merchant discount rates. All this will be based on the tie-ups with partner banks, and will be decided after that. And we have up to 20% of weekly prices we are accumulated into treasury funds.
We have another minute, sir.
We are also looking forward for neo-banking streams like lending products in future. And we are trying to secure an investment for business development and operations.
Traction, you guys are live?
No, we are almost live. I mean, we need a banking partner. We have an NBFC partner to do the deal, But with NBFC, we cannot assure any insurance on RBI insurance. So
I did not understand your concept. You take money from the interest.
yes.
You take the money out.
Yes.
Part of your interest outside. And the customer agree that we can remove that the interest part and then give them the interest.
Yeah. Actually, it is called price link.
I think this question is what's the source of fund for the price?
People, I mean, cumulatively start saving. This is, I mean, for example, say 100 people save 1,000 rupees each, and the total cumulative deposits are with the partner bank, and interest is generated. And we partner with banks which have high interest rate, for example 7%, and we give back 3 to 4% in savings interest rate back to the customers, and the balance is pooled together to give big prices.
This is a direct investment scheme. Don't you need severe regulation for this? Schedule told
This is called, yeah. I mean, we need to partner with the bank.
When you collect money from multiple people and pool those investments into one particular instrument, that is the definition of the CAS, collective investment scheme, like mutual fund.
Okay.
And you will have a deposit license, NBFC license.
We will partner with the bank to avoid it.
And how different is it from like customer going directly putting and getting 7% and he coming to you then taking a part from that 7%?
I mean, actually,
The jury's got another minute.
for example, let us say a person deposits 1,000 rupees and he is not keen on that interest of a few percentage. He is looking for that big price and trying to save, and that is where we are looking into. We are, we are trying to make it look savings more attractive and fun.
Instead of participating to lottery again, the savings without the lottery ticket fee, they just need to make a saving.
I mean, they don't pay any fee for lottery. It is only their savings. It is based on how much they save. We calculate internally and we give prices.
So 50% of the interest goes for the lottery, 50% he gets.
Yes, yes.
Relook at your business model completely. You have a lot of regulatory challenges over here.
So, what's your view on that? Have you worked on the limit?
Yeah, actually, we are. We have some certifications from Startup India, and if we partner with the bank, I don't think we don't handle any funds. We'll directly deposit.
Now, are you in talks with any banks?
Yes, we are in talks with IDFC and Equitas. We are trying to move. IDFC, we have moved a little more. We had a hard time convincing even the payment gateway to accept us because they're all scary. It looks like the shady business. So, but I think we'll make it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next startup to present would be Nyaya Legal Services Private Limited, jury serial number 13. Nyaya's Legal Services. So we can start with the presentation.
So hi, good morning. So I'm Sanjay from Nadu Associations. So I'm a IT engineer, so software developer, and my friend Regan, he's a lawyer. He's a co-founder of Nadu Solution. And so yes, so we have started our company in 2020, and we are providing some services. So these are the services we are providing. So Nyaya Legal Services, that is services like registration, property and personal registration, and NGO registration, and then intellectual properties. So these are the services which we are providing right now. And these are all not through any applications. So our idea is to build an application which will do all the process. So along with that, so our application is aimed to develop the bridge between the client and the lawyers. Okay, so we have lawyers and we have clients, and they will not interact easily. So they have to go for some lawyer offices, and then they have to get some information or any non-litigation process. We have to go to the particular place and then we have to get it. So our idea is to develop an application. So that application will help the client to reach the lawyers directly through the application or through the website, and then we can communicate to the lawyers easily, and then we can get the information, or we can do all the services easily. So this is our aim we have planned for. So initially it is an idea stage. We have not yet developed. We have only developed that is we have developed only 30% of the application. So with the help of NIT Trichy, and we have. So we have planned to do in web application as well as the mobile application. So and this application will act as a library for lawyers. Okay, so that is the lawyers can store all their data in this application. So for that we are using AWS cloud platform for this, and then the documents which we can they can scan, and then we can upload it to upload it in AWS, so that they can see whenever they want their data. And we have aimed to generate revenue with the subscription with the lawyers. So annual subscription with the lawyers, and we are providing free service for the client. That is to get the lawyer's contact, and then once after getting the lawyer's contact, so that lawyer will be providing the services to the particular client. For that, the lawyers will be paying annual subscription for that application which we are providing. And they can use, they can have their own accounts for login, and then if they log into that particular account, they will be having the particular details of that the cases which they have gone through, and then all the details will be present in the particular account. Okay, so our competitors, so family lawyers, auditors, and then non-professional document writers. These are the competitors. So we are trying to get them in one application. So this is what our application aim to do in further. So this revenue is not based on the application which we are going to develop. So this is what the revenue which we are getting right now manually. That is not through any application. Okay, and we have aimed to globalize the application. That is here in Tamil Nadu we have separate rules, and in different states we have different rules. Say for example, if you want to take EC, so there is separate cost and separate rules. So we are aiming to globalize the application for across the India. So this is our application. Thank you.
How much do you bill the lawyer?
So totally now we have 4 lawyers in our team, and then we have 3 technical persons including.
No. Your customer, your lawyer customer. What does he pay?
So annual subscription of 500 rupees per annum. 500.
Who raises the bill on the customer? Who was the client?
So the lawyers will be paying to us.
Lawyer raises the bill.
Yeah.
He pays you a percentage.
Yeah. So the lawyer will be paying to us, and we are providing the client to the lawyers.
No, the client pays the money directly to the lawyer.
No, not. So we have separate payment gateway for us. So they will be paying to us, and we are just providing the lawyer's details to the particular.
So the entire lawyer's client data is with you.
Yeah. So our aim is to provide the lawyer's data to client, and then lawyer will be using this application as a library or to.
That is fine. What they are asking is, lawyer's fee is collected by you and given to lawyer, or the client schedule pays to the lawyer?
So client will be paying to lawyer.
Lawyer schedule.
Yeah.
That's all.
So the bill is raised by the lawyer, not by you.
Yeah, but we are providing the clients.
That's correct.
So it's just like India filings or Vakil search.
Or
Vakil search.
Yeah.
Right?
Vakil search is there.
So your for property verification, and so you take no liability as far as the clients are concerned.
No, actually we do all. So because we have all the lawyers in our team, and we also provide the same services.
So any point you differentiate from Vakil search, or
Sorry?
you said competitors are different, but actual competitors will be Vakil search or some other platform who are being a marketplace for the lawyers.
Yeah, correct. So here we are providing the library for lawyers also. So along with the client information, we are providing the AWS account for them. So they will be they will be storing all the data, scanned data and the documents. So whichever they want, they can view wherever they want. Instead of that is a small lawyer office will be in this application.
The jury's got one more minute.
இந்தியா ஃபைலிங்க்கும் இங்கே வக்கீல் சர்வீஸ்க்கும் நாங்கள் எப்படி டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் ஆகுதுன்னா அவங்க வந்து நான் லிட்டிகேஷனல் சர்வீசஸ் அவங்க ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. லிட்டிகேஷனல் சர்வீஸை நாங்கள் வந்து லாயர்ஸையும் இந்த பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்குள்ளே கொண்டு வரதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். இந்தியாவில் இருக்க எல்லா லாயர்ஸையும் ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்குள்ளே கொண்டு வந்து அந்த கிளைண்ட்டுக்கு ஈஸியாக இது பண்ணுறதுக்கான ஒரு டெக்னாலஜியை நாங்கள் கொண்டு வரலான்னு இருக்கோம். அவங்க இந்த இதெல்லாம் அவங்க இது பண்ணல, ஜஸ்ட் அவங்க நான் லிட்டிகேஷனல் பார்ட்டில் மட்டும் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. நாங்கள் லிட்டிகேஷனும் சேர்த்து உள்ளே கொண்டு வரதுக்காக ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Yeah, correct. But as a client, as an advocate, என்னோட கிளைண்டோட சென்சிட்டிவ் டேட்டாலாம் நான் எப்படி கிளவுட்ல வச்சுக்கிறதுக்கு அந்த அக்செப்டன்ஸ் எப்படி இருக்கும்?
ஒவ்வொரு லாயருக்கும் ஒரு லாகின் தரலாம், யூசர் ஐடி பாஸ்வேர்ட் கொடுக்கலாம்.
இல்ல, பட் again it is on the public domain தானே, anyone can have access anytime இல்லையா? So
ஜஸ்ட் நாங்கள் வந்து இப்போ எப்படி இது பண்ணியிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா லாயர்ஸுக்கு ஜஸ்ட் லாயர்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். அவங்க இவ்வளோ லாயர்ஸ் இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லி, ஏன்னா நம்பர் ஆஃப் லாயர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, ஆனால் யாருக்கும் நமக்கு தெரியறதில்லை. பர்டிகுலர் லாயர்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் ரெகுலர் ப்ராக்டிஸில் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதுக்கு இது பண்ணுறது இவ்வளோ லாயர்ஸ் இருக்காங்கங்கிறது ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் கிரியேட் பண்ணுறது.
அதுக்கு ஒரு டேட்டா பேஸ் வச்சிருக்கீங்களா? எத்தனை பேர் இருக்காங்க லாயர்ஸ்?
இப்போ நாங்கள் இப்போ தான் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம், இன்னும் அதை மார்க்கெட்டுக்குள்ளே கொண்டு வரல. நாங்கள் சர்வீசஸ் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம், பண்ணலான்னு பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆக்சுவலாக என்னன்னா லாயர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து இப்போ
difficult to manage lawyers from all over the country.
இல்லை சார், ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மட்டும் தான் சார்.
Maybe one final question, sir, from the jury. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Thank you. So the next startup we'll call up is Pulsated Lifeworks Private Limited, serial number 12, the score sheet.
Pulsated Lifeworks Private Limited, we are based out of Kochi and incubated by CDMA. Yes, if until now we monitor and estimate blood glucose and hemoglobin by drawing blood, and even though we say COVID has come to an end, and we still have difficulties in monitoring and treating COVID patients. So what we have planned is, we have planned to make a completely non-invasive device, a wearable device, wrist wearable device, to monitor and estimate hemoglobin for type 1, type 2 diabetes and gestation time patients, and also help pregnant women to non-invasively monitor the hemoglobin levels. And our team is led by Dr. Periyasamy, he is the technical mentor, and we have team members Ganesh, Vijay, and Tarun and Zaki. So our device is totally non-invasive, so it will avoid pain, finger prick and anxiety, right from kids to old age people. And our device is non-invasive, and so hence we'll be having a sensor on the fingertip. You could see a small prototype which you're planning to build. So you'll be having a fingertip sensor, and the main device is a wrist wearable. So, and it will have a 4G module, GSM module there, and a Wi-Fi and Bluetooth there. So how this would help pregnant women? When a woman gets pregnant, the blood volume in the body naturally increases. So significantly, there should be an automatic increase of iron content in the blood. So unfortunately, some women don't. So they become anemic and they lack hemoglobin levels. So they have to go constantly just to check, the hemoglobin levels, even during pregnancy, even up to the 9th month. So to avoid, those risks, so we have, planning to get a non-invasive device. And when you look at, insulin, when a diabetic patient goes to a doctor to, for regular visits for their diabetic, they will do a, blood sugar test, before diet and after that. So they would have taken, a lot of carbohydrate and glycine-induced food. So the sugar will be very elevated when they go see the doctor. let's say, the sugar shows like 350 or 400. Doctor would simply blindly suggest you have to take insulin from now on, which is not necessarily, they would recommend 3 ml or 5 ml of insulin depending on the patient. So it is not necessarily required 3 ml of 5 ml every day. So the insulin should be proportionate to the blood glucose on that particular day. So a patient cannot simply finger prick, to check the blood glucose. So a non-invasive device, a wearable device, would help them to take the insulin in an administered manner. And how the data can reach caretakers here. I have my own experience. My dad is a diabetic patient. He had a low sugar level. It came up to 43. He almost went to paralyzed, a kind of stroke level. It happened at 9 o'clock at night, and it was during COVID time. His jaws went one side and his hands were paralyzed. We didn't know it is because of low sugar. So imagine if it happened sometime middle of the night, you would have went to coma. So this is how all this came into mind. So we thought, okay, we have to make an alerting device. When sugar goes below a certain point, it has to alert people in the family and also the caretaker, hospital, ambulance, whatever. So the USP of a product is to bring all the 5 parameters in one single device, a wearable device: heart rate, SpO2, hemoglobin, respiration rate, and continuous glucose monitor.
You have another minute, sir.
So this is the technology part.
Yeah, coming to the technology part, here, since you have said that we monitor the PPG signals using a PPG sensor, which is taken from fingerprint, fingertip, and we use arm cortex microcontroller for processing the signal. The whole processing will be done in wristband. Using feature extraction and ML algorithms indigenously developed, and we use 5G module and GSM module for continuous monitoring of these parameters.
So this is about the competition. Even though the big players like Abbott, Freestyle, or Life Science, or US-based companies, they say they have a non-invasive device, but it's not. It's called minimal invasive device. They have a patch which has to be stuck onto your abdomen or your stomach, so which would transmit the glucose levels to a device which has to be in your pocket. And those devices, they have a very limited life of the sensors. The Life Science, sensors just last for 5 days. After that, they have to throw the patch. And if you take about Freestyle, the sensor lasts only for 13 days.
So your time
and
is
the cost
up,
of
sir.
sensor is very high. But whereas our proposed device will not cost more than 6,000 rupees, and you just need to recharge your battery every time.
So coming to the
Business purpose, since a startup, we don't have any business performance. We started up only in last November. It was incorporated, and so this is the performance we had.
So from the algorithm we have developed, we have reached some promising error rates, which is for heart rate the maximum error we reached is 1, and for SpO2 the error is very less, which is 0.5, and we have arrived at respiration rate with the error of 1.2. We have also
Can you conclude this one, sir?
Yes. We have also estimated hemoglobin using the same PPG sensor with a maximum average error rate of 2.5. And we are working on algorithm development for glucose estimation. We have completed feature extraction from the PPG signal. So coming to
And for the roadmap, so far we have done up to hemoglobin. So we will need at least 3 months to finish up the hemoglobin. So we want to bring RMSE less than 2. And another 8 months will be completing the proof of concept with the continuous glucose monitoring as well.
What kind of regulatory approvals do you need?
So far, there is no clear-cut guidelines, either by BIS or the Indian medical standards for a non-invasive device. It is a kind of gray area where medical device they get, they have a RMSE report, from a lab or a third-party audited lab or something. Then they come up with a device, they get it approved. Some, about a Freestyle, they have an approval from Indian Medical Association. So like that, we also want to approach them, after getting, good results and clinical trials, we want to get approved from IMA. And when BIS comes out with a standard, we want to get it approved from them.
You were mentioning it is real-time indications.
Yes.
How does it happen? Unless you have something connected to your...
Yes, the sensor is connected to your wrist wearable device through a cable. Okay.
No, so it is not real time. They have to go and check it.
No. You'll be having a set. let's think of a normal pulse oximeter. Okay. You'll be having a pulse oximeter on your fingertip. That pulse oximeter will be just tiny pulse, not just a regular one, a tiny pulse oximeter. It will be connected to your wrist wearable device through a cable. And this device is connected to a server through Wi-Fi, Bluetooth and GSM module. You can choose whichever communication method of use you want.
You have to wear it constantly.
If you want, you can wear it.
So you need to have a smartwatch for that?
Not necessarily. You can also see it on the screen. You can see it on the watch display screen and also in a mobile phone. If at all you want to customize your reports, you want to share your reports with somebody, to a hospital doctor, you can use a mobile phone.
This error rate is the fake outcome or better usage of word incorrect outcome being thrown across, right?
Correct. RMSE, the root means square error. So let's say when I say 2, if your glucose is 140, mine should be 138 or 142.
So for real data live, you need to wear it for full time. I mean,
if necessary, if the patient is advised to wear it, my father, he takes insulin, so the sugar fluctuates every time. In a day, it goes up to 200 and comes even to 100. So in that case, he has to wear
Practically,
it.
I'll ask you, the question is not answered properly. Does your father, you go and ask, you put it 24/7, will you put it?
He must.
So you could have presented it as somebody who is in a care.
Yeah.
That they require it. Somebody in the care is okay, but not to the normal condition. Your example was not properly presented.
Okay. Now, the case of my father, he must wear, but in a normal case, if they want to check,
So
they
this
can
will
just
be
need to wear it
primarily
on the
for
finger.
those who are using insulin where you have fluctuations, it would help them.
And even the pregnant woman also.
what is the current status traction? The product is already out. What stage it is?
We have completed up to hemoglobin.
Okay.
So we need to work on continuous glucose monitoring. So we have started work for continuous glucose monitoring. We have started using algorithms on that. So in another 6 to 8 months, we'll be completing glucose monitoring.
Well, the HB estimation, RMSE of 2.5 is too big for man.
Actually, in medical devices, less than 2 is clinically acceptable.
I mean, from 6 to 8 to 4, it's a big band of HP.
Sorry, sir?
You said 2.5 is RMSE, isn't it? For
Yes.
HB estimation.
Yes.
HB, what is 6?
6 is, say the normal hemoglobin should be between 12 and...
Oh, hemoglobin.
Yeah, hemoglobin.
I was saying HB on AC, sorry.
Okay, so can I close this?
What about the revenue?
We haven't set revenue, sir. We are still.
Where does the money come in?
So when we sell the product, we'll be selling our product to the device to doctors and patients.
No other thing for the live reading, there is no.
We'll be charging annual subscription fee, 1,000 rupees per year.
So you check a company, since you have IIT professor in Chennai, a company called Helix. There are a couple of companies in IIT Chennai or in a similar space. Just find out whether you can.
Bangalore itself, it is available. Bangalore itself, people are non-invasive, they are doing, but check it.
Check whether you can collaborate with them.
Yeah.
So that you can.
And we have a very peculiar combination because some people would just monitor heart rate, SpO2 or hemoglobin or glucose. So this is a.
I'll tell you what is your issue going to be, not the solution. How you implement it, it is going to be a very different way you will see. Doctors to accept it, doctors to recommend it, doctors to find out whether this implementation of this data is to be, it's going to be a long cycle, prepare for it. And then spend more time on how do you want to implement this into this ecosystem. That is where your use case becomes very, very important. You may find a solution technically, no issue, because you are putting effort to do that. But when you implement it, it may not be an appropriate solution for a market what you accept. You will become a telecom company in some point of time because providing the data from this to that and then to doctor, you will find it very, very, as soon as you go into hospital, you will have a different problem to face. So I'm just giving you a input on what all things possibly can be. You just start spending more time on that also.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now we'll just break for lunch. So lunch we'll have a 30-minute session. So after by 1:30 we please resume back again. We have some more startups lined up for presentation. Lunch is being served in the ground floor. So I request you all to please join for lunch.
Good afternoon, Venkat here. We are an industry core product company, 4 years old, focusing entirely on manufacturing within that shop floor, and we take a horizontal approach from incoming material to the end of the line. So we started with quality analytics, evolved to workflow automation around solve problems is much bigger. This year we expanded to maintenance and predictive analytics, and in the works is the same extensible architecture. We are looking to take it into energy accounting, and a small subset we are going to make it a SaaS product. The core premise is this, that manufacturing has been producing data since 1970. 50 years of data has been produced, but it's a data-rich, information-poor kind of an environment. Why is that? And I have built an assessment model. We have put about 150 lines through this assessment model, and we see that data lies in islands because of structures, access issues. That's the core problem that we are solving here. What that means is the problem happens in one place, it's detected in another place, and a third person tries to solve the problem. There is an asymmetry across all of these data sets. When you transform that, you bring it together. That's the equivalent to what Uber does or any of these transformation models does. So that's the core premise here. So this is what the product actually does. We start from wherever existing data is available, we pick up the data. So we have a bunch of edge adapters there, machine learning parsers. There are about 40 is what we have built so far. Wherever data is not available, one thing that we've started doing this year is deliver our own IoT hardware. But otherwise, we insert apps, remove paper, and pick up the data. So you have a certain, wherever there is a manual element, at least it is smart in nature. These two are governed by a data framework. The framework configures the product, so I don't invest a lot of time configuring the product from case to case. The product has no inherent vocabulary, there is no native rules, everything is inherited from the customer. So that the framework brings all of that to the product, that's how we get it done. On top of that, you would have seen orchestrators in CRM or ERP, where you create workflows. We do the same thing, very, very specific to the shop floor. For example, there is a increase, impurity in raw material. We can change the maintenance schedule accordingly, or things like that. You can orchestrate rules. So if you look at an industrial ceramics use case, there are 150 things which they didn't know that they were monitoring, because managers had it as instincts or memory, things like that, which we now bring into an orchestrated model. We use a lot of statistical models, because you can produce results in as early as 2 weeks, whereas if you go for deep learning, it can take plenty of time. The cost of failure is very, very small. I can switch over from one model to another. And then on top, everybody likes to see dashboards and those kind of things. That's what the product does. So it's integrate data from across sources, do it in real time, deliver analytics, not large volumes of, we call it storytelling. A single visual should be able to answer all the questions about a given situation. And then you have to deliver it across experiences. So this is the technology architecture. I'll skip through this. If you have a question, we can come back to this. That's the product traction. So we have about 7 crore data points as of August, September, and we are hoping to reach the 10 crores sometime this year. These are the customers. So as horizontal, the number of processes that we've disrupted, the amount of models that we have, that's a very vast number. So that's a competitive analysis. So I have compared with there's if you look at it, the global market, you have ETC is there, Siemens is there. Their credit is largely based on their handshakes with machine makers. Ours is about players. Like if you ask my typical customer, he has 10 press shops, it's of 5 different makes. So we come in the non-standard environment, and we are able to deal with that variance. That's basically what we bring to the table, whereas they work in a very standard environment. So they leave a lot of data sets behind, or it becomes cost prohibitive to bring all your data sets together. So it's partial digitalization is what happens there. Then we have some, yeah. So you have some, I've given some Indian benchmarks. These two things are gaps when we compare with Altizon that we have filled recently. So this is how we do it. In some cases, most of our product development happens based on what we hear from customers. Very rarely we have sat down in the room and decided what to develop. But these are rare instances that we filled based on a competitive analysis. So that's the market. I'm sure you're familiar with these numbers. This is just India. Similar, much bigger numbers are out there in terms of US, Europe, and Asia. So this is the India picture, and this is what we are looking at, about 12 million by 25-26. That's the prop we have in hand. So that's the people on the board. So most recently, we are exchanging board seats with an engineering services company to build our own IoT.
Is this a scalable proposition? You would need to consult with every potential client on a one-on-one basis, right? To identify the.
So that's a question we are often asked when we pitch like this. It so happens that anything that's the anything towards scalability is something the customer doesn't like at the moment.
It will dilute it for the value proposition.
Yeah, they want me to go there. They want me to spend time with them. But we have the capability, for example, if all the data reaches a data consolidation PC, I can run through all of that and configure the platform automatically. But today, even the data reaching the consolidation PC is extremely poor in quality. So we have to go through that change management. It takes a little bit.
Okay, so what percentage of your offering is have you been able to productize, and what percentage is customized?
So this is the only one I'm building on a case-to-case basis. Again, I can now take an existing parse it and move it to a new source. So we recently picked up data from a power plant. It took us about 2 days to pick up the data from the PLC to do that, because across all domains there are certain common characteristics of data. There are determinants, variants, indices, timestamps, properties, like that, that is there. We have the ability to identify that. So I'm running a crawler through that. Little bit we think like Google saying each new source might have its own structure, but there are certain common threads. So we're able to identify that. I can automate that whole process saying that give me all your data in one bucket, I will crawl through it and build a master for you. But even some very mature companies, the first master that we build actually surprises them. They realize how much the actual process is away from the data. So those are all early stage games we are having to play.
What's the ticket size in terms of?
So these days, post-COVID, we have also, like everybody, has upped the price. Now we are at a 25 lakh to 50 lakh kind of a 5-year engagement.
5-year engagement for what size company?
What
size, how do you measure the size of the company?
So we don't go by the size of the company. We have burnt our fingers doing that. Because the largest framework I've built for is the smallest customer that I have. They have new size. So it's a lot of, and these are all, people criticize Indian manufacturing, but these are the strengths. We are extremely variant in nature. People shuffle an entire line twice or thrice a week. So I cannot configure it like that. So I have to be very, very adaptive to do that. So we work, with my largest customer is Birla Cements, where we are doing the rollout today. But we cost it based on how many modules they need, that's the license pricing. How many different data structures I have to pick up, that's the implementation cost.
And then you have maintenance or support.
Yes. So I give him a 5-year fixed price contract.
You give a fixed price?
Fixed price, 5 years. Because we are very, very early in this, there is a lot of risk, perceptions associated with that. So we are giving them 5 years fixed.
One more question we can have from the jury.
Sorry. Earlier you were mentioning it as a SaaS model.
No, I'm taking one small part into a SaaS model through a partnership. We started actually before 2018. My original avatar was a supplier quality cloud platform for Ashok Leyland. So we learned a lot from that. We are not ready for SaaS. As much as we can talk about 5G, I have customer out in Bawal, network is not there. So a lot of issues are there. This is all machine data. So I pick up data from CNCs, measurement systems, CMMs.
What is all created in-house?
Yes, sir.
What is the gadgets you're using from?
Apps. The apps are completely configured based on the, this configures the app.
You attach some sensors.
I have just started doing that. Before COVID, if you had asked me, I would say that's your headache. But then we realized we are suffering because customers not able to get that done. And I have very good customers where still the data source is not stable. So we do monitoring of edge sources. It's very volatile. We just started doing it. So actually we're not thinking it as a sensor. We think of it as a one IoT kit. For example, in Coimbatore, Juki sewing machines are very popular. So we built a sensor which will monitor the production efficiency of a Juki sewing machine.
You make it yourself?
Yes.
What is your revenue source?
So last fiscal we closed at about 90 lakhs.
And Indian companies you are not Conclave, especially if you have few startups like Linkisi.
So a lot of them are condition monitoring players. So that space is extremely crowded. So even when we got into this, there were plenty of condition monitoring players. Some of them are very good. They are far ahead of the game. They have invested. They have probably gone 30 crores, 40 crores kind of thing. I'm completely staying outside that. So the problem with that is, I know of a lot of companies where the machine efficiencies have reached 85%. You can go to many manufacturing companies, they will tell you my machine efficiencies are 85%. Does that amount to 85% of plant capacity being built? Not at all. So that gap is the problem with your condition monitoring. It's like saying my car is in excellent condition, so I will travel 50 kilometers. Then you have other problems like traffic and how good your driver is. So the queuing time of material, a lot of the condition monitoring people don't look at it.
So can we conclude on this?
You were mentioning 25 lakhs for a year. This includes maintenance as well?
No, 25 lakhs is my smallest ticket size today, my outgoing proposal, is a 1 + 4 years for 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs.
It's including your maintenance and everything.
Maintenance and free upgrades.
What do you maintain? Only software, right?
No, no. The biggest problem is that the data sources keep changing. See, as much as we think of it as Industry 4, the actual data is owned by many people in the shop floor. So nobody talks to each other. He will make an upgrade. Monday morning, it would have gone off. So we will have to. So those are all things where initially we thought those were upsell opportunities. The market feedback was very negative. Nobody likes when you say that, no, I'm going to charge you 3,000 for reintegration. Somebody was talking about MSME culture. That willingness to pay is not there. I know of customers who have moved from a 3 Series BMW to 9 Series BMW, but they don't have the willingness to pay for this. We can't force habits into them.
Thank you very much. We call upon the next startup. It's SkyX. I hope that's how you pronounce it. Serial number 17, sir. The third sheet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I am Libert, and I am the founder and developer of SciX. Okay, so as R&D has become backbone of our country's development, right? We have to consider that service provided to that research community, okay? Like in the case of academic researchers and also in the case of R&D researchers. Okay, so SciX aims to provide service to the research community. Okay, so right now we provide two kinds of services. One is reference managing tool, and another is like SciX alerts. Okay, so the first one is reference managing tool. I'll put that in a very simple term. Okay, so normally the people using research work, they will read lots of research articles, like some hundreds and thousands of articles to solve a single problem. Okay, so they will collect all those articles from the internet and they will store it in their computer. Okay, so this reference managing tool is used to organize those files and everything. Okay, so like coming to the next one, SciX alert. So normally the academic events like conferences and workshops and symposiums happening all over the countries and globe. Okay, so like we will get to know this conference and workshop only through emails, like only through emails or through some posters in your college or somewhere. Okay, so like we are planning to have an unified web platform for the event host to post all the conference related details, and users can see based on the preference. Okay, so these are the main two services we are providing, and like coming to that existing reference managing tool in the market, we have Mendeley, EndNote and Zotero. So these are the very big players in the market. So like they are having very limited number of cloud storage. Okay, like some will be having very like some 2 GB and some will be having some like some 300 MB and so. Okay, and if you want to upgrade the storage spaces, it costs very more. Okay, for like simple academic researchers, like it costs very more. Okay, and they will not be providing any like updates about the conferences and so on. Okay, and they are not providing access to the journals to our input system. Okay, so like last year our government has announced one nation and one subscription. So using that we can access all those paywalled journals and articles. Okay, like it is only available in IITs and NITs and higher institutions. In the case of lower colleges and all, they are still yet to access those. Okay, so we cannot access like using that. our solution is, so like I have developed a very basic prototype model here of reference management software, and we are planning to get authentication from Infert to give our users the access to the journals and everything. Okay, and also we are planning to integrate SciX Alert and reference managing tool. Okay, since reference managing tool is used daily by the research community, so we can use this software as a simple tool for promoting the advertisement of the conferences and everything. Okay, so this is our plan.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, so coming to the market opportunity, there are around 9 million researchers in the world. So and if you come to India, around some 30 lakh researchers are there. So if we could obtain some around some 10% at initially, we can grow stable. Okay, so our business model is mainly we are providing all the free services like reference managing and updates about the conferences and everything, and our main paid services, and our sources of income is from the getting money for advertisements. Okay, so in our web platform from the host of the conferences and workshop organizations.
You can conclude, sir.
Okay. So coming to the project costing and everything, I have estimated with some minimum of 20k users and 500 ads per month. So it can be come closer to this picture. Okay. So coming to if you compare with Mendeley, EndNote and other services, we can make a huge difference with our business model. So these are our competitive advantages. So we are providing free reference managing services, and we are getting income mainly through the advertisements and the promotions and so currently we are in we are approved for seed funding in city in Trichy.
Have you developed anything?
Yes, sir. We have a prototype actually. We have a prototype of reference managing tool. So actually, first we are planning to develop that reference managing tool, and we are planning to sell that thing. And once we get a certain number of users, we can use our web platform to sell advertisements to that very targeted audience. So the data collected from that reference managing tool can be used as a
why does the reference management tool have to be attached on that? Why can't it be on the web?
Yeah, we are actually planning for web. Right? Like I mentioned desktop, actually we are planning for web. It is in development now actually.
So why would the people advertise on the income is from advertisement?
Yeah, yeah.
What is the incentive for them to advertise every day?
We can give incentives to the participants, we can give discounts to the participants for joining in conferences. If they get more number of registrations from our platform, that would be very profitable to us.
There is a startup called Research Needs. Okay, based at Pune. Do some research. Okay, their site is out. They have an app. They have. I still remember 36,000 is the size of the market. The research which has been happening in India. So just do research and take it.
Any other thing? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the next startup to present will be Travelio Healthcare Services Private Limited.
Good afternoon. My name is Srinath Manavali, and what we do is very straightforward. We help keep your kids healthy. And the main part of this is the startup is very intuitive and is relevant for all of us as parents and for our next generation. We as a team here have folks who have more than 100 plus years of combined experience in healthcare, education, finance, and entrepreneurship. We have folks in Dubai, co-founder, and one in Bay Area. So working in multiple areas of healthcare and making sure that we can keep our kids healthy. And attraction-wise, we started off in 2018. We are incubated in City United, and then we delivered a service in 2019. And then, of course, COVID hit. Schools were closed, but we are back in action, and we are currently delivering pan-India, and we are looking at Middle East and Nigeria market coming up. Okay, what are we doing, and why are we doing? I think that's a relevant question. Let me take that. So, we have known as kids ourselves when we were in school that there was a health checkup done by a local doctor, height, weight, and that's it. Height, weight, and that's it. Right. So, what we are now trying to do is, can we identify multiple preventable health issues, whether it could be vision, hearing, obesity, mental wellness, anxiety, depression. All of this is happening in our education institutions for our kids. Right? Can we identify them and monitor and then intervene? So this is what we do. What is that? It's a tech-based health screening for both physical and mental wellness. So we go to the schools along with reputed doctors from reputed hospitals. We do the health screening. We maintain the health records in a digital way, securely. And then I think one of our earlier person talked about non-invasive technology. Non-invasive technology is extremely critical for schools. Imagine your kid comes and says, okay, I was pricked for some checkup in the school. You will just go blast the entire school, right? So parents are scared, kids are scared, schools are also scared. So we focus completely on non-invasive technology for all our screening. And to make the entire process enjoyable, we make them play games. And through games, we are able to measure certain parameters for both physical and mental wellness. And of course, once we have the digital data, we are able to bring in predictive analytics on how the kid is doing over a period of time, whether it is matching the WHO or UNICEF guidelines of the growth, and making sure that we are able to inform that to the parents ahead of time. So what do we say? Better health, better educational outcomes. More importantly, how it is relevant is NEP 2020, everybody talks about it. NEP 2020 mandates that every school should do an annual health screening for all their kids. So in that way, we are right at the point where the government is mandating a requirement, and then we are almost 4 years ahead of the curve. What is a technology differentiator? So while the basic health screening looks obvious, right? What we are doing is, again, we have talked about Disha, we talked about security, privacy. So we are privacy first, where the entire personal health record is secure, digitally maintained in the cloud, with access given only to the parents. Only the parents can access the kid's record. Second thing is, we are also looking at seamless integration of homegrown as well as partner developed non-invasive devices. So there are lots of medtech providers happening across the world who are developing non-invasive devices. So we'll be integrating them so that like we are able to expand the portfolio of number of parameters that we are checking for the kids. For example, how many of us know that there are 10% of kids suffering from juvenile diabetes, 12% of kids suffering from juvenile hypertension. I mean, when we were kids, or even when now, we think, okay, it's all diseases after 40 plus years, right? But the kids are suffering. So can we identify them ahead of time, help the parents address the problem.
So you have another minute, sir?
Sure. And of course, gamified apps is what we developed, and we are also looking at patenting some of them. So this will make the entire process enjoyable. Competition, of course, as I just mentioned, there are lots of people who are either doctor parents or local hospitals trying to do the health screening for free. When something is free, it is not good, right? So what we do is we have, there are a couple of providers in the market, but then we have 40 crore children in the country and more than 2 billion kids in the entire world, and this is a universal product. And our differentiation is we are AI ML powered and holistic, both physical and mental wellness, through the gamified apps as well as non-invasive devices. In terms of performance, of course, we started off 2019, it was good. We were able to do some 5 schools, and then COVID hit us, and then now we are back in action. We have now signed up more than 15 schools, and we are looking at break even in 2023. And we have done revenue of 15 lakhs till now, and projected revenue for 22 is around 25 lakhs.
So please conclude, sir.
The roadmap, so we are looking at expansion in 25 tier 1, tier 2 cities. Currently we are in 5 cities, and then we are looking at Middle East and Nigeria, and also similar product for colleges, which is focused on mental wellness. And then of course, expansion through partner ecosystem. On the technology front, it's very important that we would like to develop more and more games which can be patented and is again universal. We would like to integrate our personal health record system with the Ayushman Bharat digital health mission that the government of India is promoting. And of course, we would like to integrate more and more non-invasive devices so that like we are able to give a better parameter that can cover. Thank you.
Can you go to the slide back? Yeah. What is the difference between unit cost and package cost here?
So unit cost is what it actually costs us to deliver the service.
60%.
Yeah. I mean, unit cost is what it actually costs us, but then the other cost of software and everything. So that kind of comes
So you
around.
charge the school right over here.
We charge the school charges to the parents. So
My
it
solution would
B2B
be go all out, go free, implement it across, have the data coming on your hand, doing the predictive analysis, charge the parent. As a parent, if I have the data, if you're going to tell that, hey, I have something to show you on your kid, I'll happily pay, right? Charging the school, charging the parent, not knowing, whether it will help or not. Play a massive, this product is good, great. As a parent, I'm telling you, we need something for our kids to be coming across in this way. Go all out, implement it for free. You might have an incur cost across, but once you get the data on hand, right, 2-3 years, you will take a big leap over there.
Data the new oil. So
yep. This is the best way for you to extract the maximum business value which you are looking to extract.
Any questions?
If you stay with this model, there are many tech companies that work with schools. If you partner with them, you'll be able to reach more schools in single shot.
yes, sir. So my co-founder actually has worked in a tech company for 15 years. So he's Educom, one of the top players in Educom.
But you will have limitation in assessments. So the kind of assessments to be done for a children at a very early stage, it has to be inclusive, physical and inclusive.
Yes, sir. So WHO has given the guidelines of how the school health should be done, what parameters should be done, etc. So we are following those guidelines.
That is right. But if I have to know about my children, it is not, see the kind of thing like mental health, right? We're talking about, for the parents to accept and then go forward, it is a kind of a difficult task.
Absolutely.
Then there are many, I know a company which has given a bigger proposal for the government for free screening. That itself is not getting sanctioned. Because it's a kind of, what do you call it, blockages the school has, the parent has. So that is something which you have to overcome over a period of time.
Definitely.
But the kind of numbers you are showing, we were trying to cover 10 to 15% of the students, not 85% out of this.
So we are first making our business sustainable by going into private schools. Working with government actually makes it difficult in terms of our ability to kind of sustain our business. So we are focusing mainly on international schools, CBSE and ICSE schools, where
if you give something for free, they'll happily accept.
Yeah.
Or else if you charge something, there'll always be a problem. EdTech, we have seen across going to school, lawyers, healthcare. It's the most extreme challenge in terms of you have hundreds of EdTech guys sitting on the school reception day in day out, trying to. You go and give it for free, implement. Charge later once you get the data, build it across.
Are you allowed to collect all the data? It's personal data, right? Data
So again,
Consent of parents.
it's consent of parents.
all the parents, because mental health and all is a very...
It's completely with consent of parents, sir.
Now we're getting all these privacy laws by which you can't share any data. Will the school have access to the data?
No, they will not.
So can you conclude on this, sir?
Yeah, my brother is a high court lawyer, so I mean, obviously taking that into consideration, privacy first is what the first we built our platform.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next startup invite is Pupil Mesh Private Limited. Serial number 25. Serial number 25, Pupil Mesh Private Limited. I hope you have got the sheet. Yeah. Connect it off, Nadu, please.
13 to 18.
This is serial number 25. There's already scored sheets. If you can give it the jury members.
You just post it. 13 to 18.
Right.
No.
You have written your name and signed on all the sheets, yes, sir? Okay, what's your name? Okay, please, can you please start with the presentation?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Milind, the CEO of Pupil Mesh. So we are an augmented reality hardware wearables company. So I am the CEO. I'm also joined by my co-founder, Riya's CTO. We have a multidisciplinary team to do both product design, optical design. So we have MapMy India as our investors and strategic partner. We are also currently incubated at IIT Bombay, and we have received grants from TST and India as well. So essentially, what are we building? So there are almost 2.7 billion people across the world who constitute a global workforce who are on the field, such as field technicians, surgeons, security people, and they are basically disconnected from the information they require when they are on the field. So essentially, when they are doing a job, they have to look at a phone or a tablet. So this basically creates some sort of disconnect from the job that they have to do. So essentially, this leads to a lot of human error, and which is the worst in manufacturing. So we are currently targeting the manufacturing domain as of now. And to mitigate this, we are providing headsets and solutions on these headsets that provide information on the field when the frontline worker is doing their job. And essentially, how we stand apart is because we have a modular system that basically allows the customer to plug and play different sorts of display devices and different sorts of sensors required for their on-field applications. And that's the reason we provide multiple flavors of monocular system, single-eye display, dual-eye display, and occlusal monocular systems as well. So basically the modular system wherein we can use this headset, which I can demonstrate to you if there is time permits. I can connect this to my phone. I can have the compute on my head. So the cost of the headset depends on how the final device is configured. And basically this makes it scalable across multiple applications. So not only for enterprise that we're focusing right now, but also for defense and healthcare as well. And finally, we provide, as of now, AR as a platform. We provide the hardware and the SDKs that are required for third parties to develop applications on this hardware. As of now, we are developing the applications on the hardware for the customers that we have. So a couple of few applications that we have both developed and demoed are remote assistants. So basically, I can have Google Meet running on this, Microsoft Teams running on this. I can have my own remote assistance packaged application running on this. And finally is a digital workflow. So let's say I have a 20-page checklist that I have to do in a product audit. So I digitize this entire checklist. All my step-by-step information is in my field of view, and all of the reports and photos that I need to take can be taken with this system itself, and a report is instantly generated. So a process that takes around 4 to 5 hours is now done within an hour. So we have competitions such as Vuzix, RealWear and HoloLens also. So these are state-of-the-art headsets. But one thing they lack is modularities, and that's the reason why they're also insanely expensive and difficult to develop applications for. So the reason why we have modularity is because we understand that there is no out-of-the-box solution for enterprises or any other customer for augmented reality to be deployed, and this is an understanding that we've gained over the past few years when we develop multiple prototypes. So, and that is where we stand apart. So we can give headsets ranging from $900 to $2,500 based on what the customer requires. So currently we have implemented a digital workflow solution in Daimler Oragadam here in Chennai, and we also have conducted an on-field testing and currently deploying in ZF Vaco again in Chennai. We also have pilots going on in Bharat Forge, and as we speak right now, the Human Spaceflight Program in ISRO is also evaluating our R100 headset. We currently received a prize from the DRDO, which is the Dare to Dream program for a dismounted soldier system, where they are able to provide assistance for surface-to-air missiles launching. And also we have a couple of more, actually at least 12 to 15 companies who are currently in pipeline to deploy our headsets. So as of now, we are getting revenues through licensing. So MapMyIndia, which is our customer, has licensed our AR technology for a navigation use case. So these are prepaid royalties that we're receiving right now. We will be, they are currently deploying a product in November. They'll be having a product launch. So given the market size, which is a $50 billion $50 billion AR market globally, it is significant and established, and it is currently growing at around 37%. So even if we so right now the Indian AR market is around $1.5 billion, which is also rapidly growing. So we expect to hit revenues of around 2 crores by next year and have annual revenues of 250 crores by 2025.
You have another minute, sir?
Yeah, so this is basically where we want to head. So we are developing multiple applications across enterprises and security. We want to basically also venture into military and aerospace and healthcare as well. And finally, the golden apple, which is the consumer AR applications, is also where we want to head, because right now there are limitations in both in optics and in technology to make a more ergonomic and something wearable. We see there is going to be a learning and a technology curve that will take to achieve a consumer smart glass, but we already have a pipeline to develop that, and this is where we want to head. Thank you very much.
Where do you make this?
Where do I make this?
Yeah.
So we make this in our facility. Right now we just have 2 or 3 prototypes. So we have EMS partners as well in Bangalore and in Chennai.
What partner?
EMS basically the PCB. Yeah. So so basically up to 60% of the BOM is indigenous. So the bill of materials is indigenous. So a couple of parts like optics, like how silicon cannot be manufactured in India, precision optics also cannot be manufactured in India for AR. So that is something that we basically import. But the electro-optical integration and the design for modularity is something that we do.
Okay, I see the photo that you were in Taiwan.
Yeah. So
for that
So I was for the Taiwan acceleration program a couple of weeks back.
Okay, is that where you're getting the silicon from?
Yeah, that is where we're getting the optics from. So we have signed a couple of MOUs. We have signed MOUs with 2 companies where they provide us both waveguides and freeform optics for
Are you able to project demand sufficiently to manage your supply chain?
So that is something that we are lacking. So that is why we are able to. That is why we want to raise funds right now. We have a lot of companies who want to implement these projects, but we are able to only do 1 project at a time because we are a team of 11 people. We currently have at least 12 companies in our pipeline who want to basically deploy these AR systems on the field for audit, digital workflow training. But that is the reason why we are raising capital right now to expand our team and also to productize this.
So fantastic. I think you are doing indigenous glasses. Few companies are doing it, but yes. I think you are reaching out to different. But there are few companies which are into the similar space or AR, but they do not have glasses.
Absolutely not. Yes.
Like in Chennai, you go to IIT Madras, you got Z-Box.
Okay.
So just connect them.
Okay.
Because this is what they are also like.
Okay. I see.
If you look at Virtusa, now they conduct metaverse meetings.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right. You go around these places, you will find
everybody does software solutions. Yes.
Some solution you will find it very difficult. You have to be in the curve.
Correct.
Where things are much spoken about. They go into any metaverse meeting.
Correct.
I think that's that.
Correct. That's true. That's true.
So don't worry about providing, because you coming from IIT background. If you want to provide a big solution to a larger company, you may be doing it, but it will take time.
Absolutely, it will take time.
but you have to be in that curve where there is a passion and something which they want to do differently. Yes. The metaverse world is looking for these kind of
Absolutely.
try it out. But there is one more segment even in the, if you go to defense. So now we are hearing about this digital tools, right?
Yes.
So that is one segment, is something which is looking for something similar.
Correct.
Operationally something going down fully.
Correct, yes.
Right. How do you come out with a solution by the person who is not being fully trained?
Correct, sir. Correct. That is actually an application we are working with ISRO for. So for the human spaceflight program, where the person in space, if is unable to solve a problem through a low bandwidth link, how can we establish digital twin assistance through the class? That is also
look at the naval fleet.
Absolutely. Yes, that is also.
So you have generator goes down. Correct. And what will happen? Somebody has to go something, repair something.
Yes.
For training, it can be used as well as by implementation also.
Correct.
So 2023 is the year of millet. Okay. There are 2023 is the year of millet. Millet.
Okay, millet. Okay.
There are about 300 plus experience centers are coming throughout India.
Okay.
One center is coming in IIT also. We will be one of the partners.
Okay.
So there you look for some kind of application. You need to have some content for millet farming and everything.
Absolutely.
If you can take it, this can be one of the things. So that is point number one. So what is the gross margin on this project?
So it's right now we are able to achieve 30%. We project 30%. I mean, because of the prototype volumes, we're not getting any margin as such, but a minimum of 30% can be achieved. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Can you conclude on this? Thank you.
Very good.
So next startup present will be Quebec Ventures Private Limited. Serial number 27, sir. 27. Let's start with the presentation.
My name is Logesh Janathanan. I'm going to present now the next generation of electrification with the digital twin. Myself, I'm the co-founder of the company. So I did my bachelor's in mechanical engineering and did my master's in robotics and control systems and Rogena systems. I'm a research assistant there. And now I've been working with the US Department of Energy and Oak Ridge National Laboratory for ADR, basically in an automated demand response. So I've been in the US for 15 years. I came here, I started my own ecosystem related to what I know on an engineering emerging technology. Where like it's been 3 years, it's Vidai Foundation, so I don't want to talk about that, but this is one of the venture right now. What we want to talk is automated demand response, which I still work with a grant with the US DOE and Oak Ridge. So what it does is it's basically creating a virtual power plant with a kind of hybrid licensing model throughout the globe. Right now what we are doing is we are basically using renewables like either it could be a windmill or solar, but we are using it morely for they're putting back into the grid, and then once it comes back to us, we are basically getting only 10-15%, so remaining is all goes into losses. So rather, if we use DC electrification, that is the key. That's what GE and a lot of big companies or research is going on all over the world. But to adapt that, we need that not just the technology, but also the whole framework. So what we did is we created something from bottom to top approach, where we've already created a AC-based optimization. Now we have enhanced that to a AC and DC-based optimization, where we give platform to companies, not only companies, or also to the governments and privates, where they can operate smaller level virtual power plants and charge them for a very low cost compared to all utility companies. Currently, 8 years back, I was put into a global market, one of the top 2 startups selected by US Department of Energy in South Africa. So that's where we learned a lot about rural electrification. Now we thought, like, why don't we take that to a next level on a digital twin and ADR, automated demand response. So first we need to create digital assets in any environment to understand the demand response, and then any renewable energy like solar or windmill or any other services, including batteries, that has to be integrated, it has to be analyzed, and then it has to have a grid resilience with interoperability. Interoperability is something like go to any utility company, get the data through a API-based system or any kind of interoperability system, so that it automates and gives us the load curve. So in order to do that, it is an integrated solution, not just a product. It's an integrated solution which involves transformers, it involves DC electrified, starting even from the light bulb. Say we actually create something like even a smaller level of LED, DC-based LED lights. We can license it to people where they could able to start something on their own, and they could be an installer for us. So that being taken back into the stream, where you can not just use the utility power but also renewable and other energy. So what we do is, once we do that, we need to predict, generate, maintain. So now there is no prediction. So the transformers are burning out, they don't know. So in later part, it's going to be a lot of EVs coming in, they're going to plug in the EVs. So what's going to happen is like more blown-ups is going to happen, more losses is going to happen. So unless we predict it properly, we won't be able to match the actual thing. So reduce cost and create net zero buildings. It's far away from what India is to think about it. Right now, the buildings, they don't even have a measurement devices. The first one when I entered, somebody from IIT was talking about 35, 40, 60% savings. So even 15, 20% is really a tough task. I've been working in the industries, especially in India, for past 4 years. The maximum you can give is around 8 to 9% on power optimization on the line. Even go to the improvisation, just with the sensors we can't do much. So what we do is we wanted to understand, predict, and then able to add renewables and use it more efficiently. So how to do that? So what we did is,
We'll give you 30 seconds extra.
So what we did is we created core components. We want everything to be digitalized. So we wanted digital breakers where AC and DC can be remotely operated, and it can be latched through a smartphone or through a platform where the utility or a small level utility company can use. So for that we need the demand response. So measure, control, and latch it. Even up to 500, we have tested up to 500 amps per phase breaker sizes. And integrated BLDC, now BLDC is coming, I've seen like somebody has have more of a motor related approach. We have designed motors for industrial level BLDC, where that's going to be the future, where it could remotely controllable. So these things has to be given, the boards has to be given to the manufacturers and a licensing model. They can do. We don't want to get into that game, but we wanted to get into the actual infrastructure where we could able to optimize what is needed, actually, what is needed for that infrastructure. So of course, nuclear reactors are cheap, like better source, but nobody is going to opt to it. So solar is only 10% of it. Tamil Nadu got the maximum renewable energy source throughout the world. If you compare to any country, we have the most, but we are still having the high energy bills. Why it is? The losses has been huge. So the community-based is the best way to start with. So with that approach, like ETAP or a lot of big companies like Siemens are more concentrating on the distribution level. We are trying to concentrate on the ground level, root level, where even the light bulbs, BLDCs, AHUs, and other stuffs, and controllable devices as the key to start to go to the actual grid level. So that way it is easy, not just to we have to have a team where we give this kind of equipments to others to get to that level. And the integrated power management platform is what we created. So this is the basic where we have our neuro switch, where we could input any of your solar, renewable, wind, like a portable windmill or batteries together, where they can create their own revenue. They can give cheaper power compared to what the government is being giving right now. Because of the losses, we can able to reduce and work with the government and private entities, especially by working in Africa for a lot of rural areas. We have already time tested that. That is a huge potential if we take that to the urban areas. Next slide. So this is a simple overview to make a layman understand. So we are already working on a portable windmill. It's our own, not buying it from China or somewhere else. Like we are basically designing our own motor, that this portable windmill will be this tall, where it can be put on a very low altitude for 1 to 1.5 megawatt, but gives a DC output. And we can able to get that for 100 or 150 volt DC line through the building, where we could get to a digital breaker that can be giving AC and DC power using a transformer based system. So this system has a transformer based system where we can rectify DC on a building level, community level, even you can go up to 2 megawatt installation.
Please conclude, sir.
Yeah. So this is the installation we did in Cape Town in South Africa as part with our local affiliate, and this we worked with a local solar-based company, where it has this is being given to 16 houses for the basic power. And this is, we did it in southern Tamil Nadu, where we have created 4 to 5 hours extra power compared to the existing structure. So we reduced the capex for 30-35%. So these are all proprietary. It's not something bought out or integrated. It's all proprietary. We have created an infrastructure where we have software, hardware, and embedded engineers work together and create these. So this is our dashboard where we could be able to predict cost, operations, carbon emissions, production, real time, everything from this digital sense, where we could be able to understand the carbon emission platform. At the same time, we could be able to understand what is the actual digital twin compared to any environment. So it can be as slow as a small building up to a bigger. So where we could be able to understand what the amps type, and then we could be able to use as load schedule to, automatically do. That's an automated demand response. So basically, the innovation is, if you take any PPS, right now people are working in PPS where it is like a 15-year model, you get a 6-year ROI for a solar. We can make it to a 30 or 40% less just because of the cost and direct interventions. And this can start with any residential level, scale up to a commercial level. Industrial level, it's going to take time, but at least from this level. So it's just a simple math where we have a 12 hours operation versus the with our devices, how we could able to reduce the DC electrification. You see the difference in 12 hours versus the 12 hours operating, where we could use a battery source or any other sources. So rather than going with Chinese cells or a Chinese batteries, if we could able to do our small portable windmills and then able to use it in a much mechanical based storage system, that could able to be a game changer. This is our digital twin market, where in the US as well as in the global market. Yeah, last year. That's what it is. Thank you.
Questions from the jury, please.
The subject was difficult to understand. Anyway, we'll try and then.
Sure.
I know that you have done some work on this space to reduce or maybe optimize the capabilities of power sources to make sure that you get the optimal power cost.
So basically, we have to optimize the load in order to get the better use of power. So we started with the AC power optimization. Now we enhanced into a AC DC based model. We're creating a platform where any smaller level people can able to create their own power plant, virtual power plant, and give for a lower cost and maintain it for 15-20 years, with or without renewables.
Okay, now building of this size, if you wanted to establish that, what is the cost? Which is
depends on what we want to do. Say for example, right now we could able to do a DC electrification for lights, for example. We need to understand how much kilowatt of light, say for example 20 kilowatt of light is going to be. If you are taking 20 kilowatt worth of structure, if you use a renewable and a battery source, you would be 30-40% less than what you have to use. That's what the.
So this is what you do.
Right. So AC side optimization is like maximum can go up to 15%. So we have done with BP, Shell in South Africa, in US, so we can go up to 15%. AC DC electrification, we have just put in a tender for one, and we are working with BP on a corporate scale. But we are in talks with IIT Mandi for their campus level proving. So
very interesting. What was the previous one? Yeah.
What is it?
What is that? The Vidai.
Okay. So it's been 20 years back. I was a part of a seed, what do you call, like entrepreneurship in my college in Louisiana. I was a student director there. So I always have this intuition. I wanted to create my own seed ecosystem where, without taking somebody else's knowledge, we want to create something on my own. My intention of the unicorn is like I want to get a single ticket of $1 million per seed. So we are almost closed. Right now, India, the ticket size is around 1.2 to 1.3 crores. The global ticket is in the range of $350,000. So we wanted to make one ticket of at least $1 million on a mass production model. We don't want to go on a product scale model. So we have succeeded that with my AC based optimization product. But this is like in a very early stage. So we are taking it to the next stage.
So now what was your previous turnover for last year?
Global turnover would be around 6.5 million. Indian turnover would be close to around 8 lakhs, 8 crores.
What
7 to 8.
What is the margin you make?
We have around 2.5 to 3 years on the product. Because we actually go based on ROI, return on investment. For example, we worked for something with Titan. So Titan, their ROI is like 28 months. So based on 28 months ROI, our returns will be like 2.58, max 3 years.
So fairly you are in a growth stage.
Yeah.
So can you conclude, sir, on this startup? Thank you. Computer. Serial number 27 it was, sir.
27?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, serial number 27. The next startup we call now is 27. Blink Start Homes Private Limited. Serial number 28, please.
So hello all, this is Ashwara Sanjanathan here. So I want to tell you guys about how we got into this idea of smart home. So our innovator, Mr. Sanjanathan, who's working for smart home projects in Singapore. So we decided to change our house in Chennai to smart. So then we approached few brands and saw few demos on what are the available products in India. So that is when we came to know the various discomforts and disadvantages in the current available products that the Indian users are facing due to the technical and the connectivity part. So if you choose a product that has a Wi-Fi protocol, there are a lot of blind spots in our houses. So your product won't work, and due to this, it consumes a lot of electricity. So when they say smart home, it should cut down electricity, but instead it uses a lot of electricity. If you use ZigBee protocol, it requires an extra hub. So, and in terms of installation, if you call a smart home person to come your home, he'll say you have to break your wall, fix this, fix that. It requires time. So, and it also has a lot of cost that falls on the customers at the end. So then we decided to step into the market in September 2021 and make a change. So we are targeting almost all age group of people, but to be very particular, 18 to 45 is our target people. So when you want to control the ACs in your home for all your appliances, it is possible. So our target cities are Chennai, Coimbatore, Bangalore, Mumbai, and rest of India thereafter. So we have come up with wonderful solutions like a smart touch switch, which has a glass panel on top of it, and a smart push button switch, which is very similar to a modular based switch, and a smart plug that also has a network hub into it. So all our products are interoperable. It can connect to almost all ecosystem, irrespective of available product that can connect only to Google or Alexa. So how it is interoperable? We are using a protocol called Matter that makes the product the smartest and the most efficient. And Blink is also working on the software above Matter to make the product most efficient. So with the technology differentiation, when you buy a smart product like a smart switch currently, you get to modify or do your changes only before purchasing it. But Blink makes sure that the customization is possible throughout the lifespan of the product. If you go to a modular based switch, then modular based smart switch, then you have to compromise with the looks. But Blink is also focusing on the looks and the customization. So it is because we have interoperable modules which you can customize it through the lifespan of the product. And with regards to the installation, current products in the market, if you have to fix it, then you have to break the wall boxes for sure. But Blink has made sure that this product fits into any kind of wall boxes across India because of our adjustable bilateral bracings, and we have patented this technology. So with regards to the competition, what we have, the current products available, as I said, Wi-Fi will not connect into your blind spots. And if you go for ZigBee, a hub that is always connected to power, which also is another device in your home. So our smart plugs acts as a hub also. So a single point failure is completely avoided. So with regards to using the products, so currently many of them don't go to smart products because they feel it's very difficult to start using it. But ours is you just scan the QR code and it's readily available to use. Blink has not generated any revenue yet. We are in the prototyping stage, but we are to hit hard. So our way forward, like any other product, you have to get the product from the store. You don't need a specific person coming to your house, explaining you, taking away all your time, and all those traditional stuffs are not needed anymore. So you just go to a hardware or electrical store, buy the product from the shelf, come home, fix it, just scan the QR code, and then the product is ready to use. It's as simple as that. So we really want to build a confidence in customer that if you buy a smart product from the shelf and come and use it in your house, it will definitely work and it's worth the buy. And when I want to tell about our team, so Sendil is also having civil and electrical knowledge, and he's been in the field for the past 11 years in Singapore, working with the Singapore government. So their smart homes is being there, but when we want to see in India, according to researchers, by 2026, 13,000 crores is what smart home automation is up to. So we are targeting 0.25% of market share So almost 2 lakh people in 40,000 households will be benefited in 5 years. And we have a technical mentor, Mr. Parameshwar Babu, and we have a financial mentor, Mr. Mativanan, and we also have few people working on the technology side, and we are developing prototypes so that the product can be launched as next year. So any questions?
What is the typical average size which a customer buys for the smart home?
To be frank, it depends. Like when I newly come to you and I ask you, like how many, will you automate your entire home, will be a difficult question. So you can either automate this particular room alone, or if you want to do for an entire house, then it can differ. Size
If I
of
automate a particular room, how much does it cost?
25,000.
Okay, so 40,000 homes, 25,000, coming across close to about 20 CR of revenue.
So when you look at switches, our target people is like wherever the switches are there, be it any place, your home, your office, government places, hotels, hospitals, wherever you name it, the switches are there. And it is the next move, because whenever we see these switches have been here for almost 50 years. Like I'm sure, like whenever we buy a new house, all the switches are the same. So if the next upgradation is like you renovate your home, you renovate everything, but the switches remains the same. So when people's choice and they want to go forward, smart is the next option. So this market, even if it's crowded, it has a huge demand, and we also have differentiation of the existing products and what we are with. So all our competitors, so they have something like the prototype they use is also less, and we are going for a better prototype and at an affordable pricing. And we also have, I'm sorry, please.
So is it a smart switch or smart home?
With a smart switch, smart plug, all your products that you use becomes smart. So your entire home is smart.
I don't understand that. I understood as a smart switch is fine.
Yeah.
How will that become a smart home and still yet to conceive?
Okay, sir. Like for example, here's the switchboard. To make this room a smart room, these switchboards are there. So you place it with the smart switches and smart plugs. Any device that you connect particularly to it can be controlled using voice, through your hand phones, and any smart devices. So you get plenty of options. So by that way, this place becomes smart. So we named it smart homes, but it's not only limited to homes, any premises.
So it depends on what that switch controls, that board controls.
Yeah. So if you have to, you can.
There's a fan, there's a light, there's a.
Yeah, so anything connected to the fan is connected to the switchboard. So you control the switchboard fully. So there's energy saving. You can screen all your things. Like for example, at 6 o'clock every day you come home, you can set up a scene so that every day 6 o'clock this happens. So there is security also. So we are also planning on some other products, but this is the first we wanted to reach.
It's a very niche product which Godrej Appliances tried. I don't know, somehow they failed, they were not able to crack it. Any reason why they were not able to do and how you will be able to do?
Okay, sir. Mainly when whatever products you take, like they are all following a traditional method. Like for example, when you go to a Chroma or any store, so when you see a smart product, you like to buy it. But now currently, I don't think any smart products. We have also got, there are no much smart products. And when you buy, it's very difficult to install also. And most of the homes are facing blind spot issues. A 5-bedroom house is facing an enormous blind spot issues. So when they buy the product, come home and do all those 1 or 2 months of activity, and then the product don't work. So customers are already gone. So they will definitely recommend, no, don't buy this product. But ours is very different than that. So we have focused on what are the current issues and how do we focus on getting that fixed, and the trust of the customer. He should believe that this smart product works as good as the modular switches, better than the modular switches.
So can we conclude on?
So you don't have blind spots in this?
Because our smart plug acts as a hub. So it will cover all the blind spots. It is interoperable, and it's a mesh network that keeps transmitting the things without it transmitting the signals, so that the blind spots is covered. You don't need a dedicated hub. You don't need to buy another hub for a 4,000 or 5,000 rupees. This plug also acts as a hub. So, and if I want to convince you, buy my switch for 25,000 and please buy a hub for 10,000, then you're already gone.
5,000 itself is something. So it is a future market, I agree. And the product, whatever is shown, you have any product which is
we are having ugly prototypes. We have not developed the entire ones. So we have the base frames, we have the glass panels, and we are also talking to a lot of vendors to get the best of the best to work on this product, and it requires a lot of research. So all the research works are going on. So when we want to launch the product, we want to launch it at a very good level so that everybody can afford it. It's not only the elite people can do it, it's like all. Because kids are from kids to adults, elderly, everybody are using smart phones. So when they can control all the devices, it's very good. So we wanted to bring.
Your role?
I'm an accountant by nature. So my husband is a technical person. So we both have joined together. So this idea was his. So we both are working on it as a team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with this, we have come to the end of today's startup presentation. I hope nobody's left. You have not, yeah. No, I think. Company?
That's the next one. 29 minutes.
Yeah, please. It's 29 is the serial number.
They give us the sheet because 16 all right, so we don't.
What's the number? 29. Serial number 29.
29.
We are not the data.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Karthik from Madras University. So we have seen many devices assistive technology for speech impaired person or many disabled person. So have you ever crossed across a smart devices which can give accessibility to speak under the cost of 10,000 rupees? And certainly not. And the most of the speech impaired gadget, the talking gloves, the wearable gloves, and many more devices for assistive technology for speech impaired person are so much expensive. So it starts around 2 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupees. So I made a device at the cost of just 10,000 rupees. How? By replacing the 1,500 rupees sensor with 5 rupees sensor. I'm going to show the working and the feedback video from the speech impaired person now. Okay, time, start time. I can play it in my mobile phone.
You can play the video there, you can.
We'll get it done.
Maybe that is converted with now we should speak into speaking in. Yes. Let it run there if you play the audio.
Can you take a first?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
You can just play it in this thing.
This audio, like, put it in the mic.
Yeah, can you put it in?
Just put it in the mic so that it, yeah.
Studying in BCom third year English medium in Tenduli College for the 10th. Today we are seeing a new technology, talking glove. It is very useful for all the deaf children, deaf community. communicate with others with the help of the main law. Whatever is trying to be shown as words and songs in the mobile. Thank you.
And I will show the working video of the gloves once again. And so the thing is that in competition there are many talking gloves in research, and only one talking glove is available in the market. That is Bright Sign. So what they are doing is that they detect the finger motions and the finger and the hand orientation and convert it into sign language. So they use a flex sensor. The cost of one flex sensor is around 1,500 rupees. Their purpose is to detect the finger motion. How we detect? By bending the sensor, the resistance of the sensor varies. If I place a sensor here, if I bend it here and bend it here, the sensor is the analog reading. So it shows the values from 0 to 1,000, irrespective of what here I bend or here I bend. So it is very difficult to calculate which finger motions and to convert into sign language. So at the same time, the flex sensor is not made for the talking gloves for the fingers. It's made for some other purposes. So the durability of the sensor is just around 2 to 3 months because it can be easily damaged and it is so costly. So what I made is that I made one sensor out of polymers and aluminum thin films with some electronic components at the cost of just 5 rupees. So by replacing 1,500 rupees sensor, each fingers need a 1,500 rupees sensor, the flex sensor. So by replacing 5 of those with my one sensor at 5 rupees, I can make a talking gloves at the cost of just 4 to 5,000 rupees. So it is so much affordable for any speech impaired person to buy a talking gloves. Yeah. So how we made is that
now it's
now we
fine.
can do those. Yeah.
Go to slides.
Slides.
The one.
Yeah. So who we are? So I'm a student from University of Madras, not yet registered as a startup, but working as a gadget. And at the end of my semester, I will launch this product, and that's also the promise I made to myself. So our primary vision is that to make affordable sign language translation gloves for each and every speech impaired people in the world. According to World Federation of Deaf, there are more than 70 million speech and hearing impaired people globally. In India alone, there are 50 lakh people. In USA, 17 million. In China, 20 million. In UK, 11 million. There are lots and lots of speech impaired people out there, but the current technology is not enough to satisfy them because of the sensors. So I found out the problem because I don't have, I also use the same flex sensor, but I got the same errors as do them. The sensor got easily damaged, but I wasted a lot of money, but I didn't lose my confidence. So I'm a physics student and a material science student. So why can't I try? So I tried it and I able to make a sensor. So because of this sensor, this sensor not only can change, not only it's make a device affordable, it can also change the life of the speech impaired person. Imagine yourself a speech impaired person. Even asking a cup of water is difficult for you. So most of the speech impaired persons are facing the same problem. If I go to a deaf school and the students will talk like this and I can't understand. So it is not my fault, it's not his fault. It is like so we need to understand sign language, but we don't know sign language. And that's where this technology comes to play. The next point. So it's very simple. They need to wear our gloves. They need to connect with the smartphone. And this gloves it's not a full gloves. It is like a semi gloves. And I will show. You have seen the video, right? The most of the finger of my hand is visible. Because of that, my hands won't sweat, and I can wear it for a very long time, and at affordable price. So the technology differentiation. So the main USP of the product is, as I said, is a G5 sensor at the cost of 5 rupees. So the existing sensor, the problem is that it is 1,500 rupees. Lifetime is very few months. It is easily breakable. So if my sensor is that my sensor is that at 5 rupees I can make it that using the polymers and aluminum thin films, and lifetime is easily last up to 2 years. How I say 2 years is that I made one sensor before 3 months, and still now it is working properly. And I even punched the wall with the gloves, but still it is working. Yeah.
Did you take a picture?
No. And this device was found.
You made this yourself, this sensor?
Yeah, yes.
Created yourself?
Yeah, at home itself. Because within 4 months.
You first patented it.
Yeah.
Before it goes.
But I researched that even patents idea can be stolen, so if the it's better not.
Very true, because you have to display your thing.
So how I am going to manufacture the sensor is that if you break those, the sensor will break. You can't find out the technology what is used. So that anyone can't copy, and I alone can sell. I alone can help all of the speech impaired people. And the operating range is around 3.3 volt to 5 volt. Current is that 20 milliamps to 100 milliamps. If you give over voltage or over current, it will damage the circuit and its sensor itself. So the main thing is that all the sensor gives the analog readings. My sensor alone gives the binary readings. So what is the difference? If I wear a gloves, I record on sign. It has some set of series of analog readings. If someone of you wear this gloves and do the same action, so the analog, the bending, how much how much pressure you are given to the gloves is varies from person to person. So the analog readings don't apply, and that's why you can see many of the speech impaired, many of the innovators who are working the talking gloves, they wear the talking gloves and do the signs. But but it is very hard. I haven't seen any of the innovators approach a speech impaired person, made them to wear and to do the sign language. And I think I am the only one who approached this as of now, because if you search the YouTube and the sign language translating gloves wear by speech impaired person, you can't find anything.
YouTube and Google, first stop it actually.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still a student. I'm
going to see a demo.
Yeah.
The one that you showed.
Yeah, I will show. The next slide.
And don't write on this polymers.
Don't
write what it is made of, how it is made.
I am sure that this won't be enough to make
what
a
happens is it's a good idea to coat it and break it so no one finds out. But if you want to go big time and sell it worldwide to the big, huge companies which will pay a huge amount, they'll want a patent. This breakable thing is good for us on a small term basis that if I try, it will collapse. But if you want to really go big, then you have to do a
Contact, sir.
Yeah, contact us. First I can rate your product.
When I try, it will break.
You can take 1 more minute, please.
Yeah, and this is the competition map. And this is the one Bright Sign gloves developed in UK, and the Scudo Slide Deep ASL. They are the AI programs which can be run in a laptop. From the laptop camera, it can detect the signs so that they can talk. So if I am a speech impaired person, I cannot take a laptop and do the signs to communicate with all of them. That's not possible, right? So that's why the wearable gloves comes into the play. So it's it's wearable, affordable, durable, easy to access, easy to wear, and our gloves design is completely different. So it is quite hard to wear, which means it takes around 30 seconds to wear it properly. And if you wear it, you can use it complete day, so without any problem. So it is easy to wear, but it is used for a long time? No. But they can use my gadget for a long time. That is possible.
What student are you?
Physics and material science.
Physics, MSc material science.
Physics.
And it's a early stage startup, and we are collecting the feedback and deploying it. Next one. The business model. This is where the business was the most important thing. And I want every speech and hearing impaired people to use my gadget. I can't go to everyone buy a gadget. So what I made is that, and I approached the education institution. Through education institution, I will rent my gadget for 1,000 rupees or any amount which is suitable for the students. So I rent it for 3 months. So if you use a gadget 3 months, it will become a habit. So after 3 months, you can't break the habit, right? So what the habit is that?
Enticing.
So within the 3 months, the speech impaired person go and approach the normal person, hearing person, and do the sign language, and they will communicate, and they go to the shopping, and they buy the things, and in just 3 months they will live a normal life, like us.
Very good.
So, and our first aim is that to rent more than 1,000 gadgets. So, renting 100 gadgets per education institution, do it 10 times per education, 10 different education institutions. So, totally 1,000 gadgets we can rent. So, to sell them, if they use the gadget for 3 months, after that the cost of the gadget is just around 10,000 rupees. So, if it just spend 10,000 rupees, it is so affordable, right? If they also used it, and most of the 90% of them will definitely buy, and remaining them, and we sell it online. So, on seeing this, and many of the people will buy online from us. Okay, the next.
Can you continue? Thank you.
How to sell it, just put the video.
Yeah.
Video.
Okay, the one that you create.
Even not just the educational institution, there's the Ability Foundation and various foundations which oversee millions of
One right next door. Right next door.
Which video?
Speech and
Which video?
hearing.
This one.
First one.
How are you? I am. Good. Hello.
And these are the words, and then I will next video I will show the sentences.
Bad. I. You. They. I am. No. Yes.
There's a delay
Hello.
when you speak.
I am
The word comes.
Tisha.
Yes. And this is not the next.
Studying.
So next one,
Hello. I am.
Same thing.
Karthik. This.
This is
We got idea, man. We got idea. Karthik, we got idea. Fantastic.
So it's a good attempt. So I guess we have to understand students. There should have been a library for you to convert this sign language into that word. Right? That should have been universally available. That is universally available, I know. So that library you access, right?
Sir, right now I access with American Sign Language, Indian Sign Language. There's a separate website and app for that signs. So I access that, sir.
You access that, and
Yes, sir.
to an extent it is freely available.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Completely freely available.
For India?
Yes, sir. For India, it is a speech impaired.
No, right. But now it is English, right?
Yes,
Now you have
sir.
to speak in Tamil. There should be library for that also. Right?
Yes, sir.
So that in India it is available, correct? It is
Yes, sir.
library.
Regional languages.
Yes, the regional language is available, sir.
Available. So you can connect to any of these regional languages.
Yes, sir. This the basic function of this gloves is that to detect the finger motions, and I
No,
program.
that I understand. I want to know whether the library costs you.
No, sir.
Anybody can access that library.
Yes, sir.
You
And
are
the
making-
more
you are
advanced
making-
version, the more advanced version is costing, sir. But the basic version is that.
You have to have an API to connect to that,
Yes,
so
sir.
that you can access that library, and then
Yes.
more advanced version cost people
Yes,
to
yes, sir.
use it. So
Yes,
suppose
yes,
that they are
sir.
reading news,
Yes, sir.
so they need that more advanced,
Yes, sir.
because sign languages to an extent it will give you. For example, if I am going to talk about a country,
Yes.
I cannot do that with a basic. I have to do an advanced.
And by doing the gloves, we faced many more problems. Like this is B in English in alphabets. This is 2 in numbers. So same sign, different meanings.
Context wise it means.
Yeah, and that's why we give a different mode: the alphabets mode, numbers mode, and the basic combo mode, and like that.
But then you
And-
cannot keep on changing.
Yeah, sir. It's the first solution, and if I
No, what you have done is wonderful.
Yes,
I just wanted to understand how it works.
There is always a learning curve.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Super, super job.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you very much.
And CEO of this College Institute. We are on biotech and a healthcare startup. So our vision is to make people breathe cleaner air. For this whole 7 to 8 hours, we've been all breathing the toxic air we would have ever breathed, because the whole chamber is closed and we've got no air purifiers that can do carbon reduction in the world. And we have thoroughly researched it. And our mission is to provide affordable technology, right? So air purification in the name of it can't become unaffordable. So we want to make an affordable solution where it can be affordable by any individual. And so we started officially. We started in the year 2017, and we had a lot of founder issues, and we had a lot of mentor issues, and we had to work for that. And in the year 2019, we incorporated this company. And currently, we have two board of directors, and we are currently accelerated by Brigade Reap, and we have company incubated and Crescent Incubation Council. Now, on the whole, we have raised a total investment of 38 lakhs, including bootstrap grants and investment. And our first grant came after COVID-19. After COVID-19 in the year August 2020. And so our product is it's a battery-powered air purification system. It is not just an air purification system. It also does CO2 reduction and ozone reduction, which is US EPA standard validated. And as Sir mentioned in the morning, like this is a product designed in US and it was made in China, and it is useless without a battery. So it has got no battery, and it cannot do any CO2 reduction or ozone reduction. The main problem with the current market systems are everything is made with plastics. The problem with plastics is as they photodegrade, they themselves can create their own VOCs. The chance what we are all seeing is actually now releasing VOCs which we are not aware of. As the plastic gets photodegraded, there is VOC emissions, and so yes.
Yeah,
so
this is stand.
no.
Sit on the floor.
Yes. No, maybe yes. You could be using metal chassis, and so the impact in terms of health, there are almost 7 million premature deaths every year, and the other most important feature of our product is even in the absence of an air conditioner, the system can actually make you breathe easy. And you could actually be experiencing now. You should be experiencing kind of a relaxation feel now.
You would have kept it in the morning.
No,
time wasted.
And I should create a difference, right? So that's why I kept it so long silent. And it has a coverage area of 150 square feet actually. So even if I've done it in the morning, then it should have covered only you people. But I've been using it for myself. And my product has been, our technology has been innovated as top innovator at the Public Innovation Conclave in the November 2021. And very recently, last September, we were awarded again as a top innovator by Project Management Institute. And so the technology differentiation between our product and the market system is, so this is gotten just a basic HEPA filter, which is useless because no, that's you see, I can't just like that lock it as such. And the problem is, these HEPA filters needs to be changed every 4 months, and they are not biodegradable. And they themselves can become an air pollution. Either you need to incinerate, or they end up as a landfill. But we have come up with an active fiber technology, and it also does it also goes with a carbon fiber technology, where we have designed the seams that the air passage is much enough that the CAD air comes out is more than 11 meter cube per hour. And so most of the market systems are ionizers. So let's say this is an ionizer, and it can't even cover 1.1 feet. And there are studies showing that ionizers can actually cause lung cancers. And now, so in terms of business, the whole India is losing almost $95 billion in air pollution because of air pollution. All the businesses, they're losing $95 billion, which is 50% of the total taxes collected all over India. And we are coming as a decentralized solution, not because if I'm going to fit it into the AHU, and the market of the operating expenses, the handling expenses, again everything is going to higher. So, but if I go as a decentralized model, I'll be able to cover a lot of people and cover mass audience. So when I compare the market system, we stand outside. We are the most economical solution, and this 2599 is this model. So this does not run without a inverter power or without an
This is also got a battery.
This has a battery. And yes, so this has got a battery, and one single charge of 10 minutes can make it run for 1 hour, and we are extending it up to 3 hours. So now our revenue, we had 5 lakhs revenue in the year 2020. We had done in clients for cooperation of Punamali, for Punamali municipality, and we did a COVID deployment project there. And after that, we are currently working on. And this quarter, we have 5 lakh sales. We have lead product revenue of just 15,000, but we are doing few client sales. And so our way forward, we are the first Indian company to apply BIS certification in India. So we are proud to say that. And by December 2023, we'll be commencing our MEP, and by January 2023, we are going to launch our MEP. And between 2023 January and December 2024, we are planning to sell at least 1 million units across the world. And the major part of the portable personal air purification market comes from the North America, with having a share of 45%. So thank you, and you can join us me with making all the product.
So last year I bought a car and it came with a air purifier.
Yes.
Can you target automotive companies with your product? And that's a very contained
Yes.
environment.
Yes, and we
you
have,
can do bulk
plans.
sales.
We have given plans to approach car fleets like Ola and Uber, where the car is not being maintained. Not all cars are clean and safe. So
Why not Maruti or Hyundai?
we'll be able to approach them, sir. Since we have completed our validations now, we'll be comments to that all those stages.
Keep it in Kejriwal's office, yeah.
Kejriwal's
office. Give it free.
Sure, why not?
Where Delhi is most polluted.
Yes.
They're struggling hard to do any solution.
There is an AQI, right?
Yes.
Air quality index. It's a number that you can measure the AQI of this room.
No,
right
our
now.
system actually does all those things, and you can visualize in a mobile dashboard.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it's an hard-coded one, but there will be a dashboard like this.
Okay. That will
where
give you an
can-
update
yes.
of what
Yes,
the AQI
yes,
is happening
yes,
on the thing.
yes. Because if
You're
you
saying
even
nobody else has done this?
no, there are. That's what, right? So they have systems like this where they all use the basic traditional systems of HEPA. They all go with the plastic, which again going to cause pollution on its own. There we are coming up with a stainless steel system, and this you can break it with your leg, but you need to use a 2-ton press to crush it. So that's how.
So what is your filter?
So we are using an active fiber technology here.
That
It's a
is,
patent.
biodegradable.
Yes, it's completely 100% biodegradable.
Needs
And
to be replaced?
it should be replaced once in every 4 months, and this is the prototype. The product will come in a side slot where you can press and remove and change it.
The plastic one usually in the market costs somewhere in 8 to 10,000 range. How much is this per piece?
This we are planning to sell it at 4,999.
Four?
With all these features. Yes.
What is your cost? What is your cost?
The BOM cost is 1,500, and our operating operating profits around 3,200, and we have a 60% gross margin.
What is the recurring cost for that? See?
It's 150 rupees every 4 months, and we are planning a SaaS model to be like a premium, where we'll cut those data, in just 2 months. So if you want to access the data, you need to pay premium subscription.
What data?
The air quality data.
Their quality data.
The governments can use the air quality data, and larger companies can get into it.
Can you finish with this?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So with that, we have finished with the presentations of all the startups. So we'll just take a 10 minutes break. It's just to rearrange the setup here. I request you all to just give the hall free. So we'll arrange the tables. The jury will be occupying the front row. So please, if all the startups could settle back at the back. Then have come for the closing remarks from the jury and the scorecard. Good evening. So we all gathered back again. So today till now we have had around presentations from 17 startups. I now request a few jury members to come and give their concluding remarks. I now invite Mr. M.V. Subramanian, Associate Partner, July Ventures, to please give us concluding remarks about the presentations today.
Very good evening. First thing, congratulations to everyone who presented. No idea is good, no idea is bad. I have been in this ecosystem for the last 15 years. I only look at one thing. How does an entrepreneur react if he has been asked some question? Most of the time, we sitting in a place, either as a jury or the investor, we don't ask question to find out whether you don't know or to understand whether you know. We don't know what is your subject, what you're dealing with. Imagine sitting the whole day, the extremes of technologies you spoke about. And most of the time, what I probably would like to leave a note with the people who presented, first thing you have to understand what is that you are pitching for. Are you pitching for money? Are you pitching for winning within the ecosystem or within these presenters? You wanted to be the selected for some reason or other. So you have to understand where are you pitching, and you have to make changes to the pitch accordingly. The reason is, if I have time for investment, I go through a rigorous session with them. As well as I understand, then I go do my research, then I come back to you, and it will be 2 and 4. In this kind of setup at 7 minutes, you have to impress what exactly you have in mind, and I should understand that much quickly. So this is something which you have to carry in mind. Most of the time you fail to impress what you wanted to communicate. The second thing which I want to leave a note, don't dwell on more on what you are and try and then give noises in the information, like globally this much and this is what. First you make the people understand what you're trying to solve, then you go back to the other details, because other details is distortion for us. I don't even get it in my mind. You say that this is what I'm doing, this is what, how do I be bothered about what is your global revenue and all that I will be bothered about, not now. When I wanted to consider for giving my money, then I look at whether your project is going to reach at least 5% of the 2% of the market size is much more than $2 billion. So that is how this whole sizing of this whole project happens, why we wanted to invest, where you wanted to invest and all that. So these are some of the thoughts which I have to leave it with you. Your passion only can take you to the next level. Pivoting is going to be much more effective, because most of you except one who has done a little more in the higher growth stage, all the rest are in the same space. Either you are innovating or in the growth stage. I think keep pursuing your passion. Hope you will be reaching at different point. We all will meet in some way or other in some other forum. I would like to know whether you have grown from where you were, and you keep most of the people who you have connected today, you keep them informed what you are doing. Forget whether they are going to invest in you, forget whether they are going to mentor you, but all the time you keeping them informed of what you are, at what juncture you are at 6 months once. It will help us when you connect back with us quickly. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. I now request Sri Lalit Kumar, Managing Partner at LK Advisors, to please share his thoughts.
Thank you, and hearty congratulations to all of you who have been here. I agree with MVS completely. Over here myself, MVS, you would have seen close to about 1,000 plus startups in last few years, shortlisting many of them. I wish the heading read, or the government focus has been the building the next profitable unicorn, right? The focus should be on profit. I'm a Marwadi, so end of the day, until unless I see cash, I don't get sleep, right? Building a unicorn is way different from building a profitable unicorn. So focus on your unit economics completely. If you don't, then it's somewhere you will have a lot of backfire which is going to be there, number one. Number two, I usually say focus on 3 M's, right? The first M is your manpower. In case if you're an individual, you don't have a co-founder, please find one. Individual, the journey is completely different. With your co-founder, you will be at a much better position. Second is the moat. Many of you are creating fintech products. IP is the key part. For few, it might be technical. For few, you might have market execution knowledge. And third crucial M is the money, right? All 3 you require to succeed. You can't be with just 2, and if the third one is not there, you'll just flatter at some point of time. I had written this post on LinkedIn recently that out of my experience, 80% of the startups usually fail in the first year. Second year, if you're able to sustain, 60%. Third year, 40%. Your reduction of failure reduces significantly as you pass on time. Your successful founders usually pivot from one area of what they have started to a completely different.
So being in this game for a long time is much crucial for you. And like MVS said, that we will keep meeting on a multiple forums. Keep us posted on all your journey which you have been. Srikanth, we remember that we shortlisted him in 2017-18 first FinBlue, and now he is sitting on the other side of the table, right? So we welcome you to be part on the other side of the table and as part of jury members in the coming years. All the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Lalit. I now request our Gopalakrishnan, heading Sunnati Startup Initiatives partnering with IIT Madras Incubation Cell, for sharing his thoughts.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is B. Gopalakrishnan. People call me BG. So, right from the morning we have been sitting, there are a lot of energy which we could see, and the emotions are at the highest level. Okay. So here I wanted to give a small news item which has come 2 days before. You would have seen the toffee prices, toffee consumption in India, which is coming down. How many people have seen that article? Okay. So now you know the reason, right? So previously what we used to do, when we go for any kind of purchase, there will be a tendering which will be required, and that gentleman gives some kind of toffee, and you are very happily take it, and you are forced to consume that product, whatever may be, whether it is anything which is being given. So today, just because of UPI, right, you are tendering exact amount. If it is 23 rupees 50 paisa, you are giving only 23 rupees 50 paisa. You are happily coming because the balance is available with you, and that is called disruptions product, whatever it has been made. Today, the product is going beyond India. We have been talking about the product globally. So whenever you talk about a product, don't think that it is only for the group of people which is available in India. So you have to have a divergent thinking, and finally you have to come to a convergent thinking so that you can create a fantastic product. And always there are two sides of a coin, because as he said rightly, we used to sit and the other side, we used to go for investment when we are with the company, because when we raised our 30 crore with HCL, I used to present to Mr. Shivanada. So it was not an easy task, because there is a lot of questions which has been asked, and finally the product has been accepted, and we grow the business from 0 to 425 crores. So please understand, the journey will be always challenges, because the VUCA, volatile, complexity and uncertainty and ambiguity, which is called your startup, and be ready for the challenge, because most of the time there will not be any answers for the questions we are asking or you are asking. You have to find it yourself, and fantastic journey so far, and wish you all the very best, and make such a product, whatever we are product, which has been created like a UPI, so that you will be remembered by the community in large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So before we give the merit list certificates, we'll just share with you the certificate of participation for all the members who have participated today. I request Shri Asalwazi to please present the certificate. Sorry, Director? He should be joining, sir. Shall we wait for 5-10 minutes?
If he's joining already, otherwise we can go ahead with the certification.
For questions, we can't restrict in a time.
I think the first 3 participants were lucky enough to get 10, I understand. See, starting itself, we cannot tell the jury you reduce your time, but I agree with that. So maybe that we can incorporate. 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes.
Can be
7 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes to jury. Suggestion taken.
If you are startups, first of all, congratulations, great job done. This is nothing to do with the presentation, but just as a kind of a small guidance for all of you. All of you have done a great job. The IP involved, basically in India, we have fundamental IP is your trademark, your copyright, your design and your patent. Your trademark really is your business name or your brand name. Now, one thing we've noticed recently is when you select the brand itself, all of you have come up with some superb names. An invented word is the best one. So we've seen some very good names. It is good for you to select with whoever your lawyer is when you select, because we find that 3 months, 6 months into the business, legal notices are coming from lawyers saying you're copying my name and therefore pay me 1 crore in damages. So I usually ring up that guy and say, listen, he's done only business for 3 months. So cut out the 1 crore, but they say that it causes a disruption because now you've got to change your brand, you've got to change your product name. The second thing is your copyrights. All of you, it's because of tech, everything is based on your software. So it's very important to understand, most of you are developing your own software, which is great. What you must understand is if you outsource your software, by paying for the software, you don't become the owner of the copyright. Most people do that and then run into a problem when the investor comes in. If your software is outsourced, you must have an agreement by which it is written that the copyright in the software is assigned to you. Without that assignment, the copyright still stays somewhere else and you run into trouble. The third thing is, of course, the patent. Patenting is, of course, an invention. As one of our young presenters said today, the one who said about the hearing device and how it breaks so that nobody knows about it, it is true that if you patent a product, whatever you have patented, the full description is published. So it's a disadvantage because the small imitators will take it and they will copy it. But I was telling him that all of you are looking big time, all India, maybe worldwide. So if you come up with a really great product, some big company is going to come and say, I want to take it, whether you want to join in or not, I'll pay you 1 crore, 10 crores, 100 crores, but I want the product. At that point of time, he will say, I hope you have patented it, because he needs a patent to take it worldwide. Design is basically not just design. Design is if you have a product which has got a different shape than normal, then you take a design for it. It's not so common here, but let's say if you have an item which is something different in shape, like say for your headphones or something for your ear or something, that unusual shape, a design can be taken so that nobody else can use that design without taking a license from you. The fundamental point here is that knowledge is the key. So when you enter as startups, when you enter into these areas, take the help of, like you're taking the help financially and otherwise of all these experts in the startup line. Do take the help of your lawyer or someone who knows about the IP line to guide you, so that if you take a step in time, it's all a government-driven process. It takes 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to get a trademark, patent, design. So by the time it comes through, your business also will be growing. So it's very important to take early steps to protect yourself in the future. Thank you.
Chennai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, look at them. Nice to see. I mean, so many people. And how many of you are out from other than Chennai and Trichy? Oh, still 3. Oh, very good. Where are you from?
Sir, I'm from Coimbatore.
From Coimbatore.
Bangalore.
Bangalore. Oh. So that doesn't make a difference. Bangalore or Chennai. And there was a third person? Coimbatore.
I'm also from Coimbatore.
Pardon?
From Coimbatore.
From Coimbatore. Cities outside metros is very important. And also a cause for alarm for big cities. We were in Vizag last month, and we could sense that in 10 years' time, Visakhapatnam will also lose its beauty and what its current charm is. The way the hills are being cut out to make way for IT industry, we only hope that they don't go the way Bangalore and Chennai or Hyderabad is. In fact, one of our members, he told us that they had a buyer from Germany and he was supposed to come to India. They rang him up and said that why don't you come to Visakhapatnam? He said, what is Visakhapatnam? I know only Hyderabad, I know only Bangalore. These are the two places I know for IT. But they told him that you at least come once and have a look. So they put him up in a hotel which had a room facing sea. So he checked in the night and morning he saw the view and he decided, okay, no, it's going to be Visakhapatnam. So that is the kind of change that is taking place, and I hope that the crowding that we have seen in places like Bangalore, Hyderabad and Chennai will reduce. But the flip side is that even places which are today habitable and still, I'm short of words to say how to describe those places, they might also go the same way as these cities. Of course, not to talk of Delhi. Delhi is where I come from, that is something beyond explanation.
These are much overgrown, sir. Overgrown in terms of everything.
It's polluted like America.
If you see Karnataka kind of state, they have a program called Beyond Bangalore. The intent is very clear, they have to take it to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities only, like Hubli, Dharwad.
Sir, this name Beyond Bangalore was given by me.
Okay.
2012, I was the director of the SHM Southern Regional Office, which had the headquarters at Bangalore, and we initiated a new program called Karnataka Manufacturing Summit.
Okay.
And that year, our knowledge partner who was there, who prepared that knowledge paper, they came up with a finding that 51% of all registered factories of Karnataka were based in Bangalore urban district. Yes. 51%. And if you add 2 more districts, the total number would go on to 60. So the total number of districts at that time was 30, and out of which 3 cities were taking 60%, of which 51% were in Bangalore. That's why when we had the program, we put a topic for a speaker beyond Bangalore.
Because
So
the office is in the.
So now it has become a.
But it is taking a momentum now.
It's a concluding function. Sir, we had the presentation from 17 startups. Just to give an update to the director. We had presentation on 17 startups, and the jury members have all assessed their performance and all. They have given their concluding remarks also. So now you will
finish the concluding remarks. I wanted to hear that.
3 members have given their remarks.
Have you recorded? Have you recorded that?
Yes, sir, they are recording.
And Mr. Lalit Kumar, all of them. It was very good, sir. I think the startups would have benefited out of it. So now we'll take forward, sir. We'll be giving the certificate of participation to all the startups who presented today. Shall I just call out the names? Sir, please.
No, let the jury give it to him.
Macam Innovations Private Limited. So I'm just going by the order in the list. There is no thing in that.
Sir?
Taizo Technologies Private Limited. Green Energy Mobility Solutions Private Limited. I know all of you all are tired, but I think you can get a good applause, please. You have waited the whole day and given a good presentation. It's an applause to yourself also. V2 Auto InsurTech, please. Save Up Private Limited. Yes. Pulsative Lifeworks Private Limited. Nyaga Legal Services Private Limited. PQSI Digital Private Limited. ZB Technologies. I think he left, sir. Yeah, he wanted to. Sykes. Aniyam Payment Solutions Private. Travelo Healthcare Services Private Limited. Pupil Mesh. Next is Pupil Mesh Private Limited. Qtech Ventures Private Limited. Blink Smart Homes Private Limited.
I think the only lady.
Presented today. So let's do the second round of applause also. Thanks for the support. Thank you so much. Uniaxiom. Cardell Industries Private Limited. He was the first to come, I think so. The last to present. Yes, sir. Sir, 1 minute. In his concluding remarks, he shared his experiences about how to start up, could do a presentation and all that. It was very valuable to all the startups, I think so. Mr. Lalit Kumar, Managing Partner at LKR Advisors. Let's give a hand of applause to Julie also, please. Presenting is an art, but listening to presentation is also a more difficult thing, and to assist them is even more a difficult part. So let's give them applause. Next, Mr. Sri Sunil Kumar, M. Vice President and Senior Product Fields Manager, S Bank Limited. Eye to eye. Shri Shrikant Meenakshi, Founder, Prime Investors and Financial Services. Shri BG, heading Samurti, Startup Initiatives, partnering with IIT Madras. He wants to be called BG, so I called him that. Shri Jacob Kurian, Advocate, IPR Specialist. Mr. Dennis Charles, convener ESC, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry chapter. I think it's another person with an eye-to-eye contact.
Mr. Dennis deserves a big round of applause for all
Thank you.
Shrivi Sridhar, partner GT.
Mr. Sridhar deserves a big round of applause. And if anyone feels shortchanged,
Then I'll direct him to Mr. Vasi.
Pardon? I'll call you.
He's part of STPI Fintech, so I took the liberty
It's a
of...
good omen. It's a good omen. You must do one blood donation. Then the program is successful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Startups can smile.
Result will be announced later on.
thank you.
Thank you. The jury has assessed the status presentation and pitching on the following parameters. One is the founder and investor profile, the other was the product and service, technology, business performance, way forward. According the evaluation has been done. So they are done the scoring and the top 5 startups have been selected from Tamil Nadu based program. I will go from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the fifth one is ZP Technologies. He's not there today, but he can do. Next is Uniaxial. He was a one startup with a video, but little bit we had a difficulty in playing the video.
Okay. See you at the next level.
Green Energy Mobility Solutions Private Limited.
Thank you.
Next startup to go forward is Pupil Mesh Private Limited. Congratulations to you, sir. Congrats. And the first startup selected today, Quebec Ventures Private Limited. Congratulations to you. Yes, he agreed to do a trial run in our facility. So that's why you're first. Sorry, it's a joke. So with this, we are concluding with today's session. I now request Mr. Gopur, CEO of Fintech, to please present the vote of thanks.
I'll keep it Good job. It's been a long day. We are at the, good evening everyone. It's been a long day, but very eventful and successful as well. And I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to one and all present here. First of all, Mr. Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, our director, under whose guidance and strong leadership, we continue to nurture and transform our fintech ecosystem. Thank you for that. Our partners, Electronic and Computer Software Export Promotion Council. This entire partnership, the way it was envisioned, the Mission to USA initiative, in partnership with STPI, Grant Thornton, and Consulate General of San Francisco, USA. These strategic initiatives will help our startups gain traction and as well as access to the US ecosystem. Thank you for that. In this regard, I would like to thank the ESC management under the chairman, Mr. Sandeep Narula, Mr. Asad, Mr. Vikrant Sharma, Mr. Danish Charles, and of course Ms. Sindhu and Mr. Rajesh for all the continued support for the launch of this program. We would like to take this opportunity to also thank our startup ecosystem enablers, SEDI, who has been very NIT Trichy, Forge Coimbatore, SRM Institute, and the Startup Pioneer Naveen Krishna as well, for helping us extend the reach across Tamil Nadu. Thank you for that. And we'd like to sincerely thank our eminent jury members. Thank you for spending the day long and providing enough guidance and posing hard questions, making them understand what is really required. And thank you for the concluding remarks as well from the entire jury. We do believe that these startups, these ecosystem initiatives will help and pave way for responsible innovation. These are the words from my director, and I like to quote him here as well. And I'd like to thank the entire STPI management, of course Madam Kritika here, who has been leading the entire day. Of course, I'd like to start with Mr. Muruganan, the additional director, divisional head as well. Mr. Abhishek Mishra, director of Exim Group, additional director Exim Group, Mr. Gokul. Senior admin officer, Ms. Jayalakshmi, thank you for that today. Admin officer Sandeep, as well as the entire facilities management under Mr. Manivan. Thank you for making this a wonderful event, and I'd like to conclude. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay.
Thank you.